صامويل جودفروي، رئيس ومدير العمليات للمنظمة العالمية لعلوم وتشريعات الأغذية ورئيس الاتحاد الدولي لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية. الخبراء والزملاء، السادة الممثلون للمنظمات الإقليمية والدول الشقيقة، ضيوفنا الكرام القادمين من خارج سلطنة عمان، حللتم أهلا ووطئتم سهلا في عمان، أرض السلام والتسامح. إن حضوركم الكريم يشكل دعماً حقيقياً للتوجهات المشتركة نحو تطوير السياسات والمواصفات الغذائية المبنية على أسس علمية متينة. كما يسرنا أن نرحب بجميع الضيوف المشاركين من داخل سلطنة عمان، ممثلي الجهات الحكومية والخاصة والمؤسسات الأكاديمية والمختبرية، ممن يساهمون بجهودهم وخبراتهم في تحقيق أهداف هذه الورشة. فالسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. انطلاقاً من إيماننا بأن تبادل المعرفة والخبرات بيننا يشكل ركيزة أساسية في تحقيق الأهداف المرجوة، وفي ظل التحديات المتسارعة التي تواجه منظومات الأمن الغذائي وسلامة الأغذية على المستويين المحلي والدولي، أصبحت البيانات الدقيقة والموثوقة أداة محورية لاتخاذ قرارات مبنية على أسس علمية. ومن هذا المنطلق يأتي انعقاد هذه الورشة التدريبية بعنوان جمع وتحليل بيانات لدعم أعمال الدستور الغذائي، بهدف تمكين المشاركين من المهارات العلمية والمعرفية اللازمة لفهم آليات جمع البيانات ذات الصلة بالغذاء وتحليلها بطريقة منهجية تسهم في دعم القرارات. يسرني أدعو الآن الأستاذ الدكتور صامويل جودفروي، رئيس ومدير العمليات للمنظمة العالمية لعلوم وتشريعات الأغذية ورئيس الاتحاد لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية، لإلقاء كلمته، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. Professor Hussein Sameh Al-Masrouri, Director General of the Center of Food Safety and Quality of the Sultanate of Oman, distinguished colleagues, friends, and partners. It is a great pleasure to see so many of you gathered today here in Muscat for this important regional workshop on data collection and analysis to support Codex Alimentarius proceedings. I would like to start by expressing my deepest gratitude to the Sultanate of Oman for its generous hospitality and for its forward-looking leadership in co-hosting this event. In particular, I would like to commend the pivotal role played by the Food Safety and Quality Center of the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Water Resources, led by Professor Hussein Al-Masrouri, the Center's Director General, whose commitment to advancing food regulatory science at the center, in Oman, and in the entire region has been instrumental and contributed a great deal in making this workshop a reality in such a short time. I would like to extend my thanks to all the institutions and the partners that made this gathering possible, and in particular appreciate the funding that is provided by the US Codex program of the United States Department of Agriculture. This workshop reflects a growing recognition of the critical role of the scientific data in developing international food standards. Our aim, our collective aim, is to build regional capacity to generate, to analyze, and to submit data that is robust, that is representative, and that is relevant to the realities of our region, the Arab region. كما تعلمون، لا تزال منطقتنا ممثلة تمثيلاً ضعيفاً في قواعد البيانات العلمية التي تعتمد عليها هيئة الدستور الغذائي لإعداد وتطوير المواصفات العالمية للأغذية، وخاصة فيما يتعلق ببيانات انتشار الملوثات في الأغذية وأنماط استهلاك الأغذية، والتي تسهم في تقييم التعرض للمخاطر الغذائية. وهذا التحدي لا يمكن معالجته إلا من خلال تعزيز القدرات المؤسسية والفردية في المنطقة لتوليد هذه البيانات، لتحليلها ولاستخدامها بفعالية في عمليات صنع القرارات التنظيمية، وكذلك في المساهمة الفعالة في إعداد مواصفات هيئة الدستور الغذائي بنمط يأخذ بعين الاعتبار الواقع العربي للإنتاج والاستهلاك الغذائي. The Global Food Regulatory Science Society, GeForce, serves as the disciplinary group of the International Union of Food Science and Technology, IOFOST. One of our key missions is to promote the application of food regulatory science globally and to invest in capacity building that allows all regions of the world to contribute effectively to international standard setting processes. ونأمل أن يسهم هذا التدريب في دعم برامج الدستور الغذائي في المنطقة العربية من خلال ربطها بشكل أوثق ببيانات الرقابة على الأغذية، ببيانات المسح الغذائي وبيانات الاستهلاك الغذائي الوطنية والإقليمية، بما يعزز من قدرتها على إعداد مداخلات تستند على أدلة علمية قوية وواقعية. كما نأمل أن يشكل هذا الحدث نقطة انطلاق نحو المزيد من الاستثمارات الوطنية والإقليمية في تطوير نظم جمع البيانات وتحليلها، وكذلك نحو ترسيخ ثقافة تبادل البيانات من ضمن الممارسات التنظيمية الفضلة. Let us take this opportunity to strengthen our collective contribution to Codex, grounded in data from our region, reflecting our food systems and supporting the protection of our populations. I wish us all a very productive and enriching workshop. And again, my deep thanks to all those who made this workshop a reality. Shukran.
The Global Food Regulatory Science Society. GeForce mission includes knowledge generation and dissemination, underpinning food regulatory decisions.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السادة ممثلي منظمة التنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين، السادة ممثلي المنظمة العالمية لعلومات تشريعات الأغذية، السادة المشاركين والخبراء الأفاضل، الحضور الكريم، يسعدني نيابة عن سلطنة عمان أن أرحب بكم جميعا في هذه الورشة التدريبية المهمة، والتي تنظم تحت مظلة المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي، وبتعاون مشرف بين المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين والمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية. إن استضافة سلطنة عمان لهذا الحدث تؤكد التزامنا بدعم الجهود العربية والدولية لتعزيز الأمن الغذائي وتطوير التشريعات الغذائية، تماشيا مع رؤية عمان 2040 التي تعلي من شأن التنمية المستدامة والتعاون الإقليمي. كما تعد هيئة الدستور الغذائي إحدى الركائز الأساسية لضمان سلامة الأغذية وحماية المستهلك عبر معايير دولية علمية وموحدة. وفي هذا الإطار تبرز جهود المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين في توحيد التشريعات الغذائية العربية وبناء القدرات التقنية للدول الأعضاء، مما يعزز التكامل الاقتصادي ويقلل من الحواجز الفنية أمام التجارة البينية. كما أن شراكتكم مع المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية تثري هذه الجهود عبر نقل الخبرات العالمية وتطوير آليات جمع وتحليل البيانات، والتي تعد أساساً لاتخاذ القرارات المستندة إلى الأدلة في سياسات الأمن الغذائي. وكما تحرص سلطنة عمان على دعم كل المبادرات التي تعنى بتعزيز الأمن الغذائي انطلاقاً من استراتيجيتها الوطنية التي ترتكز على عدة عوامل. أولاً، تعزيز التشريعات، ويأتي ذلك عبر موائمة الأنظمة المحلية مع المعايير الدولية مثل الكودكس. ثانياً، بناء القدرات، وذلك من خلال ورش العمل والبرامج التدريبية كالتي ننظمها اليوم. ثالثاً، التعاون الإقليمي باعتبار أن الأمن الغذائي قضية عابرة للحدود تتطلب تضافر الجهود. وفي الختام، إن هذه الورشة تمثل فرصة ثمينة لتبادل الخبرات وصياغة حلول مبتكرة لتحديات الأمن الغذائي. ونشكركم مجدداً على اختيار سلطنة عمان مقراً لهذا اللقاء، متمنين لكم إقامة طيبة في مسقط وعملاً مثمراً يحقق أهدافنا المشتركة. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
نشكر المهندس محمد البحري على كلمته هذه، وندعو الأستاذ أحمد الدويصر منسق المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي من المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين، سوف يكون معنا عبر لقاء مرئي، فليتفضل مشكورا.
شكرا جزيلا. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. سعادة الدكتور حسين مسروري، مدير عام مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بسلطنة عمان. سعادة البروفيسور صامويل جودفروا، رئيس المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية. السيدات والسادة الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يسرني في مستهل هذه الورشة التدريبية أن أتقدم بخالص الشكر والتقدير إلى سلطنة عمان حكومة وشعبا على استضافتها لأعمال هذه الورشة، والشكر أيضا موصول إلى مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء على الدعم والتنسيق المستمر للمبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي، وإلى المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية جيفورس على التنظيم المتميز وتوفير البيئة المناسبة لتبادل الخبرات وبناء القدرات. وهذا ما يعكس حرص الجميع على دعم قضايا الصحة وسلامة الغذاء في المنطقة العربية. كما لا يفوتني أن أتوجه بجزيل الشكر والعرفان إلى الخبراء المؤطرين للمبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي والمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية، الذين سيساهمون بخبراتهم القيمة في إثراء أعمال هذه الورشة وتقديم المعرفة العلمية، والتي نأمل أن تعود بالنفع على المشاركين وتعزز كفاءتهم في مجال جمع وتحليل البيانات لدعم أعمال الدستور الغذائي. السيدات والسادة الكرام، تأتي هذه الورشة في إطار استراتيجية المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين الإيتسمو، والجمعية والمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية جيفورس، في بناء قدرات الدول الأعضاء في المنطقة العربية من خلال المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي، في وقت نشهد فيه تحديات مرتبطة بسلامة الغذاء، مما يحتم علينا جميعا العمل المشترك والتعاون الوثيق لتعزيز نظم الرقابة وتحديث التشريعات وتبادل أفضل الممارسات لضمان غذاء آمن وصحي لمجتمعاتنا. إن الهدف من هذه الورشة ليس فقط اكتساب المعرفة، بل أيضا فتح المجال لنقاش وتبادل الآراء والأفكار والتجارب التي من شأنها أن تساهم في بناء رؤية مشتركة واستراتيجية فعالة في جمع البيانات لمواجهة مخاطر التلوث الغذائي بأنواعه المختلفة. أجدد شكري وامتناني لكل من ساهم من قريب أو بعيد في تنظيم هذه الورشة، ولكل المشاركين والمشاركات، متمنيا للجميع ورشة موفقة وحوارا علميا مثمرا. والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
وعليكم السلام ورحمة الله وبركاته. شكرا للأستاذ أحمد الدويصر. يسرني الآن أن أدعو السيدة ألكسندرا السيدة ألكسندرا فيرارو من مكتب الدستور الغذائي الأمريكي من وزارة الزراعة الأمريكية لتقديم كلمتها، فلتتفضل مشكورة.
صباح الخير، أهلا وسهلا بكم. I'm pleased to welcome you, along with the Omani Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries, and Water Resources, GeForce, AIDSMO, and GSO, to this workshop on data collection and analysis for Codex proceedings. As many of you are aware, data collection and analysis form the backbone of Codex standards and related texts. This ensures that Codex texts are not only science and evidence-based, but also that Codex standards are globally representative and therefore can be easily implemented. This two-day workshop will build upon your experience with Codex risk analysis principles, and with the assistance of GeForce's capable experts and facilitators, you will expand your skills in data generation, collection, and analysis within the context of development of Codex standards. My hope is that you will return to your countries and share the experience you gained at this workshop with your fellow delegates and experts. I would like to extend my gratitude to Oman for hosting and welcoming us all to Muscat, especially Engineer Ali Al-Ghafri and His Excellency Dr. Hussein Al-Masrouri. So, having said this all, let us continue with this important work to protect consumers worldwide and to ensure that we can all trade in safe food. I wish you all a productive and successful workshop, and all my best from Washington, D.C. شكرا جزيلا.
ندعو الآن الدكتور حسين بن سمح المسروري المدير العام لمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء لتقديم كلمته، فليتفضل مشكورا.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين، والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Prof. الأستاذ أحمد الدويصر, if he's still with us. Alexandra, I don't think she is with us. السيدات والسادة زملاء الأعزاء الحضور الكريم، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. يطيب لي بداية في هذا الصباح المبارك باسمي وباسم سلطنة عمان المنسق الإقليمي للجنة التنسيق للدستور الغذائي في الشرق الأدنى أن أرحب بكم جميعا أجمل ترحيب في بلدكم الثاني سلطنة عمان، وأن أعبر عن بالغ سروري بانعقاد هذه الورشة العلمية الهامة في رحاب مسقط تحت عنوان جمع وتحليل البيانات لدعم أعمال الدستور الغذائي، والتي تأتي بتنظيم من قبل المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية بالشراكة مع المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي، وطبعا المنظمة العربية للتنمية الصناعية والتقييس والتعدين، وبدعم من اللجنة التنسيقية لهيئة الدستور الغذائي في الشرق الأدنى، وهيئة التقييس لدول مجلس التعاون لدول الخليج العربية، والاتحاد الدولي لعلوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية، وجامعة العفال، ومنصة بريرة لتحليل المخاطر، وبتمويل من وزارة الزراعة الأمريكية، وبمشاركة نخبة من الخبراء والمختصين في مجال سلامة الغذاء. السيدات والسادة، إن سلامة الغذاء وجودته تشكلان ركيزة أساسية من ركائز الأمن الغذائي والصحي في أي مجتمع، ومع التزايد المستمر في التبادل التجاري العالمي والتحديات المتسارعة فيما يتعلق بملوثات الأغذية والمضافات والمواد الكيميائية، تزداد الحاجة إلى اعتماد أنظمة رقابية فاعلة مبنية على الأدلة العلمية والبيانات الدقيقة. ولا يخفى عليكم أن عملية جمع البيانات وتحليلها ليست مجرد إجراء فنيا، بل تعد من الركائز الجوهرية في دعم عملية اتخاذ القرار ووضع السياسات القائمة على العلم، وهي عامل أساسي في صياغة المواقف الفنية للدول في أعمال الدستور الغذائي. فبدون بيانات دقيقة وموثوقة تصبح قرارات السلامة الغذائية معرضة للتقدير والتخمين، مما قد يهدد صحة المستهلك ويؤثر على الثقة بالنظام الغذائي. وبالإضافة إلى دعم اتخاذ القرار المبني على الأدلة من خلال تحديد مصادر الخطر الحقيقية وتوجيه السياسات بفعالية، تتجلى أهمية جمع البيانات وتحليلها في عدة جوانب محورية، أهمها تقييم المخاطر الغذائية خصوصا فيما يتعلق بالتعرض للملوثات الكيميائية والمخلفات، تطوير الحدود القصوى للملوثات عبر تحليل مستويات المواد الضارة، واقتراح حدود تستند إلى أسس علمية واضحة. أيضا تعزيز التجارة الدولية من خلال ضمان توافق السياسات مع المعايير الدولية وتقديم بيانات داعمة أثناء المفاوضات، رفع كفاءة الرقابة الوطنية حيث تمكننا البيانات من تحديد أولويات التفتيش وتوجيه الجهود الرقابية. وأخيرا أيضا بناء ثقة المستهلك عبر تعزيز الشفافية والاعتماد على العلم في اتخاذ القرار. وانطلاقا من هذا الفهم، فإننا في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة الثروة الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه نولي أهمية كبيرة لتعزيز نظم جمع البيانات الوطنية، ونؤمن إيمانا راسخا بأن الاستثمار في بناء القدرات الوطنية في مجالات جمع وتحليل البيانات هو استثمار في مستقبل الأمن الغذائي والصحي. كما أننا نعمل وبشكل وثيق مع شركائنا المحليين والدوليين لتطوير أدوات وتقنيات منهجية تحقق هذا الهدف وتعزز من حضور سلطنة عمان في المحافل الفنية والتنظيمية ذات الصلة، كما هو الحال بلا شك في أغلب دول الإقليم. السيدات والسادة، نأمل أن تشكل هذه الورشة منصة مثمرة لتبادل الخبرات والمعرفة بين المشاركين، وأن تتيح الفرصة لتعزيز التعاون الإقليمي والدولي في مجال جمع وتحليل البيانات ذات العلاقة بسلامة الأغذية، كما نطمح من خلالها إلى بناء كوادر وطنية قادرة على المشاركة بفعالية في اللجان الفنية لهيئة الدستور الغذائي، خاصة لجنة الملوثات في الأغذية، والمساهمة في تقديم بيانات موثوقة تدعم اتخاذ قرارات مبنية على العلم وتحفظ صحة المستهلك. وفي الختام أتقدم بجزيل الشكر والامتنان لكل من ساهم في إنجاح هذه الورشة من المنظمين والداعمين، ولكل من عمل بجد لضمان نجاح هذا الحدث. وأتمنى أن تكون هذه الورشة منبرا حيويا لتبادل المعرفة والخبرة، ولا أقول بداية بل استمرارا لتعاون فني أوسع في سبيل ضمان غذاء آمن وذا جودة لمجتمعاتنا العربية. كما أشكر جميع الحضور والمشاركين من مختلف المنظمات ودول الإقليم على تلبية الدعوة، متمنيا لكم جميعا ورشة ناجحة مليئة بالفائدة والنقاش البناء، وأن تخرج بتوصيات علمية وعملية قابلة للتنفيذ تسهم في رفع كفاءة منظوماتنا الوطنية. متمنى لكم إقامة طيبة في بلدكم الثاني سلطنة عمان، والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
نأمل أن تكون هذه الورشة منصة فاعلة للحوار البناء وتبادل الخبرات وتوليد المبادرات التي من شأنها دعم أهدافنا المشتركة نحو نظام غذائي أكثر أماناً واستدامة. أستأذنكم الآن لأدعو منسق الجلسة الدكتور أمين القاصوف، المدير العلمي بالمنظمة العالمية لعلوم وتشريعات الأغذية، لتقديم المشاركين واستعراض جدول أعمال الورشة. شكرا جزيلا.
جميعا. صباح الخير واهلا وسهلا فيكم بورشة العمل المعنية بجمع وتحليل البيانات لدعم أعمال لجان الدستور الغذائي. ومثل ما ذكر البروفيسور حسين مسروري، خصوصا نتوجه للجنة الدستور الغذائي المعنية بالملوثات في الأغذية، واتخذنا الملوثات كمثال للعمل عليه خلال هذين اليومين. إذا سمحتوا لي بداية ولكسر الجليد، نحن لسنا في مؤتمر في هذين اليومين، نحن في ورشة عمل، فنحن ننتظر منكم إذا سمحتم much interaction engagement، نستمع لانتظاراتكم ولتطلعاتكم لأسئلتكم، ومن جهتنا مع كل فريق العمل والخبراء والمدربين نكون عم نقدر نوصلكم القليل من خبراتنا بهذا المجال والكثير مما تعلمناه معكم في هذه المبادرة العربية للدستور الغذائي التي بدينا فيها منذ 4 سنوات الآن، وكل الخبرة المعنية بكل ما يعنى بلجان الدستور الغذائي، ولكن خصوصا التي تعنى بتجميع وتحليل البيانات. إذا سمحتوا لي بداية في هذا العرض، هذا العرض هدفه استعراض جدول الأعمال، استعراض المشاركين، وكسر الجليد للانطلاق بكل مناقشاتنا في هذين اليومين. بداية إذا سمحتوا، مثل ما هي العادة وكل المشاركين معنا سابقا بيعرفوا أنه بداية بنبتدي تقديم أنفسنا واستعراض المشاركين. إذا سمحتوا لي أبدأ بتقديم نفسي. معكم أمين أصوف، المدير العلمي للمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية، ومع زملائي المدربين اللي أكيد رح يكون عندهم الفرصة أنه يكونوا عم يقدموا نفسهم. نحن سعيدين أن نكون عم نشارككم في هذين اليومين في خلال هذه الورشة. إذا سمحتوا، معنا ميكروفون، رح نكون عم نبدأ تباعا بتقديم أنفسنا، الاسم، الجهة التي تمثلونها، والخلفية العلمية، كرمال نكون كمان عم نعرف خلفيتنا العلمية ونقدر نكون عم ننظم ال delivery of our training. تفضلي أخت صوفيا.
معكم فاطمة أحمد، نقطة الاتصال لمملكة البحرين من قسم إدارة الفحص والمقاييس بوزارة التجارة. أنا في لجان الأغذية التابعة لهيئة التقييس الخارجية، ومن ناحية الباك جراوند عندي هندسة كيميائية. إن شاء الله يكون في استفادة إن شاء الله بإذن الله.
السلام عليكم، معكم فاطمة العريمي، أنا رئيسة قسم تقييم مخاطر وإدارة الأزمات، ولكن حاليا أنا رئيسة قسم رصد الملوثات والأمراض المنقولة بالغذاء كجزء من التدوير الوظيفي للاستفادة من خبرات الأقسام الموجودة بالمركز. نقطة الاتصال لسلطنة عمان بالإنذار الخليجي السريع للغذاء.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. معاكم هبة عبد الرضا، رئيس قسم التحاليل الكيميائية في مختبر الصحة العامة. My background is a major in chemistry, minor in biology, and a master's in environment and sustainable development.
بروفيسور حسين، فينا نكون كمان عم نسمع منكم كمان إذا بتحبوا. أوكي.
اوكي، السلام عليكم. معكم بروفيسور كارين جبران من لبنان. أنا بالحقيقة جاي لأني أنا عضو بلجنة الملوثات من مؤسسة المقاييس لبنان، وكمان أنا أستاذ وباحث بالجامعة اللبنانية كلية الزراعة بقسم الأجري ساينس، يعني العلوم وتكنولوجيا الغذاء. أنا بالأساس بشتغل على الملوثات، وبالتحديد الملوثات يلي عندها تأثير طويل الأمد، يعني يلي بتسبب كانسر. ويمكن كنا من أول الناس اللي اشتغلوا على الحبوب والقمح، والحلقة كثير طويلة، انتقلنا على كثير ملوثات ومواد غذائية. بحب هيك أقول إنه اللجان هي بتجمع كثير داتابيز من عدة أطر بيشتغلوا بسلامة الغذاء. وأكيد أنا كمان بحيي الزملاء من لبنان، دكتور إلي وحضرتك، لأنه كمان نحن بنشتغل على الصعيد البحثي مع الوزارات، وبتأمل هيدا الوركشوب يكون added value للجميع، وشكرا لاستضافتكم لنا.
صباح الخير، أنا الأخت نجية أبو خضراء من سفارة الجزائر بمسقط. الخلفية المعرفية، أنا خريجة المدرسة الوطنية للإدارة الجزائرية، وبتشكر سلطنة عمان على استضافتها للورشة، وإن شاء الله أستفيد من أعمال الورشة. شكرا.
بروف، إذا بتقولوا لنا هيك كلمات تشجيعية بداية بداية بالورشة.
شكرا دكتور حسين. بسمح المسروري، مدير عام مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء بوزارة التربية الزراعية والسمكية وموارد المياه. My background actually is a fisheries. I'm a fishery scientist. أنا أستاذ مشارك في قسم العلوم البحرية والسمكية بجامعة السلطان قابوس، طبعا حاليا في إعارة كمدير عام للمركز. خلفيتي العلمية كثير في إدارة المصايد السمكية والثروات السمكية، ولكن ولله الحمد بمشاركة أيضا زملائي في المركز اكتسبت يعني بعض المعلومات الطيبة عن طريق زملائي في المركز عن علوم الغذاء، وربما أكثر في السياسات والتشريعات. شكرا دكتور. أرحب بكم طبعا في السلطنة مجددا، بلدكم الثاني، وأدعوكم طبعا لقضاء يومين يعني خارج الورشة أيضا، والاستمتاع بما تحويه مسقط من جمال. ولكن نعتذر يعني ربما رونج تايم في الصيف. درجة الحرارة لو لاحظتوا على فكرة أمس واليوم درجة الحرارة مرتفعة جدا. أمس وصلت 41 درجة الماكسيمم، ولكن إن شاء الله اليوم أظن 37، وبكرة it will goes down until maybe 32 as a maximum.
It's never a wrong time to come to Muscat.
Yes, yeah, I agree. I agree. It's never a wrong time to come to Muscat. And مرة أخرى شكرا أستاذ حسين، وشكرا لكل الزملاء في سلطنة عمان لتسهيل وتيسير إعداد وتنظيم هذه الورشة. الاسم سامويل جودفروا، أنا أستاذ جامعي في جامعة لافال بكيبيك كندا لتحليل المخاطر وسياسات تنظيم الأغذية. الخلفية العلمية هي كيمياء تحليلية analytical chemistry. لكن اشتغلت أغلبية يعني عملي في الميدان العلمي كان في ميدان علوم الأغذية، يعني تطبيق التحليل الكيميائي لتحليل الملوثات إلى غير ذلك في المواد الغذائية. وخلفيتي يعني professional experience هي المهنية، هي خاصة في الجهة التنظيمية الكندية للغذاء لمدة 20 سنة قبل الدخول في ميدان تنمية القدرات. فسعيد جدا بتواجد كل زملاء الخبراء من المنطقة العربية وقدرتنا على تنظيم مثل هذه الورشة في وقت قصير جدا. يعني حقيقة من يوم الذي تحدثنا فيه حول تنظيم هذه الورشة إلى حدوث هذه الورشة لا أعتقد أنه مرة 3 أسابيع تقريبا، 3 أسابيع، يعتبر وقت قياسي في إعداد يعني مثل هذه الورشة. وأتمنى طبعا من الجميع أن نستفيد من هذه الورشة، وأن تعطي كما قلتم أستاذ حسين هذه دفعة لاستمرارية التعاون ومشاركة البيانات خاصة في المنطقة العربية. والشكر الجزيل لكل زملائي في المنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية الذين عملوا أعتقد يعني نون ستوب لإعداد هذه الورشة، ونتمنى لنا النجاح. شكرا جزيلا.
Thank you, Professor. نتابع مع تقديم زملائنا.
السلام عليكم، أنا فاطمة شرفي من تونس. أنا في الأصل مهندسة في البيولوجيا الصناعية، ونشغل خطط كيد مدير في وزارة الصناعة في تونس في الإدارة العامة للصناعات الغذائية. حبيت نقول احنا من ضمن المسؤولات في الوزارة التونسية، وزارة الصناعة التونسية، اللي احنا نضع التشريعات والتراتيب اللي تخص المواد الغذائية الصناعية بالتعاون مع هيئة السلامة الصحية للمنتجات الغذائية. لهذا مجال الملوثات الغذائية يهمنا، ونتمنى أنه يصير تبادل فعال مع أعضاء الكودكس العرب، ونتمنى ورشة موافقة للجميع، وشكرا.
صباح الخير، السلام عليكم. دكتورة سناء جاب الله، أيضا من تونس، مديرة المخابر المراقبة الصحية للمنتجات الغذائية والبحث والتطوير التحليلي في المركز الفني للصناعات الغذائية، الذي هو أيضا تحت إشراف وزارة الصناعة التونسية. وأيضا أعمل ضمن فريق نقطة الاتصال الوطنية لتونس في الدستور الغذائي. خلفيتي العلمية أنا مايكروبيولوجيست إبيديميولوجيست، وأعمل حاليا في التحري ضمن الوبائيات أو الأمراض المنقولة بالغذاء. شكرا.
صباح الخير جميعا، أنا مريم برسوم من مصر. في البداية حابة أشكر المهندس أحمد دويسر ودكتور سام وكل زملائي في الجي فورس لتنظيم ورشة العمل. أنا أخصائية مواصفات غذائية، بالإضافة أن أنا أحد أعضاء الدستور الغذائي المصري. والنهاردة أنا حاضرة ورشة العمل كنائبة عن نقطة اتصال الدستور الغذائي المصري، بالإضافة أن أنا الأمين الفني للجنة متبقيات المبيدات وأساليب التحاليل وسحب العينات. بالنسبة لخلفيتي خبرتي العلمية، أنا خريجة كلية علوم قسم نيوتريشن أند أناليتيكال بايوكيمستري. في النهاية بتمنى لحضراتكم ورشة عمل فعالة، وأتمنى نجاح للورشة. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا، تحياتنا لنقطة اتصال جمهورية مصر.
صباح الخير، أنا نهى محمد عطية، أخصائي أول مواصفات غذائية بالهيئة المصرية العامة للمواصفات والجودة، أحد أعضاء فريق الكودكس المصري، والأمانة الفنية للجنة الملوثات في الأغذية منذ عام 2004 حتى الآن. وأتمنى النجاح للورشة الاستفادة القصوى من الورشة. شكرا.
أهلا وسهلا أستاذ.
السلام عليكم. أنا محمد عبد الله، دولة السودان، الخلفية المهنية علوم وتكنولوجيا الإنتاج الحيواني، في الهيئة السودانية للمواصفات والمقاييس، قسم اللجان الفنية، عضو في اللجنة الفنية للحوم الحمراء، إعداد مواصفات اللحوم الحمراء ومنتجاتها والمسالخ. وشكرا جزيلا على الاستضافة، وأتمنى إن شاء الله استفادة قصوى من هذه الورشة بإذن الله.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. صباح الخير عليكم. هدى عوض عباس، الهيئة السودانية للمواصفات والمقاييس، رئيس مكتب إعداد اللوائح الفنية، عضو اللجنة الفنية لملوثات الأغذية. التخصص العام علوم وتكنولوجيا أغذية. التخصص الدقيق جودة وسلامة الغذاء. طالب الدكتوراه في جودة وسلامة غذاء سلامة مياه الشرب في المعبأة. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا. وعليكم السلام.
عمر الفارسي، رئيس قسم تسجيل المنشآت والمنتجات الغذائية بمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، عضو هيئة لجنة الدستور الغذائي المعني بمخلفات العقاقير البيطرية، وعضو اللجنة الخليجية الفنية المعنية بالحلال والمضافات والملوثات بهيئة التقييس الخليجية، الخلفية العلمية في العلوم والتقنيات البيطرية.
السلام عليكم. عامر الحبسي، مدير مساعد دائرة تطوير نظم سلامة الغذاء، حاليا مكلف كمدير دائرة المواصفات الغذائية المطابقة نيابة عن المدير اللي هو نقطة اتصال بكودكس. طبعا الخلفية العلمية خريج بكالوريوس علوم أغذية كتخصص أساسي، ونيوتريشن دايتيتكس كتخصص فرعي.
السلام عليكم. أنا هلال المشرفي، خريج كلية الطب والعلوم الصحية بجامعة سلطان قابوس، تخصص علوم صحية. أعمل حاليا كمفتش صحي بدائرة تقييم المخاطر وإدارة الأزمات الغذائية في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء.
أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله جميعا. نرحب بكم في سلطنة عمان. معكم أخوكم محمد بن زاهر الكندي، أخصائي مواصفات غذائية في قسم المواصفات الغذائية واللوائح الفنية بمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. خلفيتي العلمية هي علوم الحيوان، تخرجت كمهندس إنتاج زراعي. خبراتي المهنية اشتغلت في الطب البيطري فترة 5 سنوات، وبعدها التحقت بوزارة الزراعة بوزارة البلديات سابقا كمفتش صحي في الرقابة البيطرية، وبعد ذلك انتقلت إلى مركز سلامة جودة الغذاء، وكما هو مسمى كما سبق ذكرت سابقا. عضو في عدة لجان خليجية، عضو في اللجنة الخليجية الفنية لمواصفات الحلال، ومجموعة عمل الدستور الغذائي، مجموعة عمل مواصفات الأعلاف والأعلاف الحيوانية. اشتغلت في الفترة الأخيرة في مشروع عمل سحب العينات لتحديد متبقيات المبيدات للآفات الزراعية للمنتجات المحلية. فهذه الورشة تكون مفيدة، وممكن إني أنقل التجربة اللي حدثت زين واللي قمت بها. بارك الله فيكم.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. معكم متعب بن راشد المعماري، رئيس قسم تأهيل المنشآت الغذائية.
أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم جميعا، صباح الخير. معكم عياض بن سعيد المعولي، رئيس قسم تطبيق نظم سلامة الغذاء بمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. الخلفية العلمية بكالوريوس في العلوم، تقنيات المياه وعلوم التربة.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير عليكم جميعا. أخوكم أكرم الجبيري، نقطة اتصال بهيئة الدستور الغذائي مثلا عن اليمن، ونائب مدير مكتب الهيئة في ميناء عدن الحاويات. وسكرتير اللجنة الوطنية لتطوير سلامة الغذاء. الخلفية العلمية خريج علوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية. عملت في إدارة المواصفات كممثل لجنة المضافات الغذائية في إعداد المواصفات القياسية للمنتجات الغذائية، ثم بعد ذلك مفتش غذائي في إدارة أكل الجودة، والعمل الحالي مفتش ونائب مدير مكتب الهيئة في ميناء عدن للحاويات. من لكم التوفيق في هذه الرسالة وشكرا جزيلا.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير. أخوكم محمد علي بن عبود. أنا ممثل اليمن في لجنة CCFH وعضو لجنة الدستور الوطني. أنا أستاذ مساعد ورئيس قسم علوم وتكنولوجيا الأغذية في كلية الزراعة جامعة لحج، وخلفية العلمية معي دكتوراه في ميكروبيولوجيا الأغذية من جامعة مانجلور في جنوب الهند. صراحة أشكر الأخوة المنظمين لورشة العمل هذه، وشكر موصول الأخوة في سلطنة عمان على استضافة هذه الورشة وكرم الضيافة. شكرا لكم.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. حسن سعيد سالم من الجمهورية اليمنية، من الهيئة اليمنية للمواصفات والمقاييس، رئيس قسم التقييم والمطابقة، وعضو في لجان بطاقة الأغذية الخليجية في هيئة التقييس الخليجي. وأنا سعيد جدا لحضوري هذه الورشة، وأتمنى أن نستفيد منها كثير إن شاء الله.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. زينة أبو جلالة، من دولة قطر، وزارة الصحة العامة، Food Safety Risk Assessor. الخلفية العلمية is Bachelor's in Biological Sciences with a minor of Chemistry.
السلام عليكم. الاسم أميرة الشافعي. I'm a Senior Food Safety Specialist, Minister of Public Health في قطر. وحدة تقييم المخاطر. Academic background, Bachelor in Food Technology and Engineering, Masters in Food Science. Thank you for this workshop and very interesting content. And إن شاء الله موفقين يعني.
Thank you.
السلام عليكم. نائلة الهنائي، رئيسة قسم المطابقة بمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. سابقا عملت في وزارة التجارة في المديرية العامة للمواصفات والمقاييس، ثم انتقلت إلى مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، وأيضا عضو في اللجنة الفنية الخليجية لبطاقات المواد الغذائية، وعضو في لجنة المضافات الغذائية والملوثات في هيئة تقييس الخليجية. الخلفية العلمية في علوم الأغذية والتغذية. طبعا شكرا، ونتمنى الاستفادة من هذه الورشة ومن المعلومات اللي يقدمها الخبراء الموجودين معنا اليوم. شكرا.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. معكم أسماء الهاشمية، رئيسة قسم المواصفات الغذائية واللوائح الفنية، وحاليا رئيسة قسم تقييم وإدارة المخاطر الأزمات بالندب. الخلفية العلمية بكالوريوس علوم أغذية وتغذية، وأنا عضو في عدد من اللجان الخليجية وأمينة لجنة مواصفات بطاقات الأغذية الخليجية. نتمنى إن شاء الله الاستفادة. حاليا كون أنا حاليا في تقييم المخاطر، مهم إن جمع وتحليل بيانات، فنأمل إن شاء الله الاستفادة من هذه الورشة. نأمل التوفيق للجميع إن شاء الله.
شكرا.
مريم محمد الفارسية، من مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، من دائرة تقييم مخاطر الغذائية، بقسم تقييم المواد الملامسة للغذاء. الخلفية العلمية بكالوريوس علوم غذاء وتغذية إنسانية، وحاليا أقدم ماجستير في إدارة القيادة.
صباح الخير، معكم أفراح صالح سعيد الغيلاني، من مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، أخصائية المطابقة من دائرة المواصفات الغذائية والمطابقة. الخلفية العلمية تخرجت من كيمياء من كلية العلوم، وتوظفت كأخصائية تحاليل كيميائية في المختبرات، وبعد ذلك التحقت في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء كأخصائية مطابقة. وأهلا وسهلا فيكم. شكرا.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم، معكم بيرة كاظم من دولة الإمارات، واحد مواصفات من وزارة الصناعة والتكنولوجيا المتقدمة. الباك جراوند كيمستري.
شكرا، أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم جميعا. عايشة العبري، رئيسة قسم تحليل الأحياء الدقيقة في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. عندي خلفيتي العلمية هي بايوتكنولوجي، التقنية الحيوية، وإن شاء الله اليوم نستفيد، هذا اليومين إن شاء الله نستفيد من الخبرات اللي موجودة في الورشة إن شاء الله.
السلام عليكم. عبير العامري، أخصائية تحليل أغذية، قسم التحاليل الكيميائية العامة للغذاء في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. الخلفية العلمية علوم الغذاء والتغذية. أشكركم على هذه الورشة وأتمنى أن نكون نستفيد منها.
السلام عليكم، معكم تهاني الخضوري، رئيسة قسم ضبط الجودة بالمختبر المركزي لسلامة الغذاء بمركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. الخلفية العلمية تخصص كيمياء تطبيقية. خبرتي كانت في التحليل الكيميائي ومن ثم في نظم إدارة الجودة. مرحبا بك.
السلام عليكم، معكم نعيمة خميس الخروصي، مديرة المختبر المركزي لسلامة الغذاء، مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء. ماجستير في علوم الأغذية، وطبعا قضيت منذ تخرجت إلى اليوم تقريبا ما يقارب 27 سنة في المختبرات سلامة الغذاء. حياكم الله وأهلا وسهلا فيكم في عمان.
أهلا وسهلا أستاذة نعيمة.
رسنا الميمني، أخصائية تحاليل الأغذية، متخصصة بفحص ملوثات الكيميائية بالأغذية، خريجة كيمياء تطبيقية.
السلام عليكم جميعا، معكم أخوكم أحمد الحضرمي، مركز سلامة جودة الغذاء، فتش الصحي، بداية المواصفات الغذائية المطابقة، خلفية العلمية علوم البحار والثروة السمكية.
السلام عليكم، معكم أخوكم محمود بلوشي، أخصائي مطابقة بدائرة المواصفات الغذائية والمطابقة، خلفية العلمية بكالوريوس علوم بحار وأسماك جامعة سلطان قابوس.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته. خميس بن علي خميس شامسي، مراقب ضبط جودة الأسماك في مركز سلامة وجودة الغذاء، قسم مراقبة نظم ضبط الجودة.
شكرا. أستاذ هادي.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أخوكم الهادي العالم من المركز الوطني للمواصفات والمعايير القياسية في دولة ليبيا، من اتصال كودكس في ليبيا، ومدير إدارة التعاون الفني، والتي تعتبر اتصال في عدد من المنظمات مثل الايزو والاي سي وغيرها. يعني باك جراوند فود ساينس اند تكنولوجي، والتخصص تقريبا فود سيفتي. شكرا لكم وبارك الله فيكم.
السلام عليكم. هشام بسنينة، رئيس قسم مواصفات الأغذية والأعلاف، مركز المواصفات ليبيا، بكالوريوس علوم وتقنية الأغذية. أول مشاركة إن شاء الله.
أهلا وسهلا.
نستفيد.
السلام عليكم، شاعر الشبلي من الأردن، من مؤسسة المواصفات المقاييس الأردنية، رئيس قسم التحليل الآلي، باك جراوند تبعتي كيمياء تطبيقية. أتمنى إن شاء الله أن نستفيد من هذه الدورة ونحقق الإنجاز المطلوب بإذن الله تعالى.
السلام عليكم، صباح الخير، يعطيكم العافية جميعا. أحمد الشبلي من المواصفات المقاييس الأردنية. احنا بمدرجة تقييس، عميد لجنة السكر ولجنة التوابل والبهارات. بالنسبة للملوثات يعني هو بند أساسي بكل مواصفات بتصدر من القطاع الغذائي. نرجع لثلاث محاور: أنتي ميكروبيال، أنتي هيربال، والأنتي بيستيسايد ريزيديو. نتمنى تكون ورشة جميلة، نتعرف عليكم. الله يعطيكم العافية جميعا.
شكرا، أهلا وسهلا.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أحمد جعفري من المغرب. بداية أنا أشكر سلطنة عمان وجيفورس وأيد سمو وباقي المشاركين على تنظيم هذه الدورة التدريبية، إن شاء الله تكون مفيدة للجميع. خلفيتي العلمية مهندس زراعي، تخصص حماية النباتات. حاليا أشتغل بالمكتب الوطني للسلامة الصحية للمنتجات الغذائية المعروف بأونصا. أترأس قسم المدخلات الكيماوية، مبيدات ومخصبات. وأيضا عادة أمثل المملكة المغربية لجناس كودكس حول بقايا المبيدات CCTR. شكرا جزيلا.
شكرا.
السلام عليكم. معكم آلاء عادل أحمد من العراق، جهاز مركز التقييس والسيطرة النوعية قسم المواصفات الغذائية، رئيسة اللجنة الخاصة بمدى صلاحية المواد الغذائية، وأيضا رئيسة اللجنة الفنية الخاصة بالأغذية المحمرة وراثيا، وعضو اللجنة الخاصة بالمواصفات الأغذية الحلال. التحصيل العلمي ماجستير بيئة معادن ثقيلة باللحوم. شكرا.
السلام عليكم، معكم نغم حميد من العراق، مديرة شعبة المواصفات الغذائية، نقطة الاتصال في دولة العراق، أيضا مقرر وعضو اللجنة الوطنية لهيئة الدستور الغذائي العراقي، مقرر فنيا للحدود للمعايير الميكروبية في الأغذية، ومقرر وعضو لجنة المواصفات الحلال. التخصص العلمي خريجة كلية علوم، والتخصص الدقيق ميكروبيولوجي. نشكركم طبعا على هاي الورشة، وإن شاء الله نسعد بالمعلومات ونتلقاها. تعقيبا على كلام الدكتور حسين، الحرارة بالعراق فوق 51 درجة مئوية، يعني عندنا 41 طبيعي. شكرا لكم. تعودين.
بونجور، لما أبو جايلة من لبنان. أنا ماسترز فود سيفتي، بشتغل بمعهد بحوث صناعية مسؤولية مختبر الكيمستري. ونحن كمعهد أنا شخصيا عضو بعدة لجان مع مؤسسة المقاييس والمواصفات اللبنانية، ومن ضمنها كثير لجان تعنى بسلامة المياه والغذاء وحماية المستهلك. فشكرا على الاستضافة.
أهلا وسهلا. والآن مع فريق خبرائنا، فريق خبراء جي فورس. إذا بتسمحوا وقوفا دكتورة كريمة كرمال الكل يتعرفوا على المدربين. تفضلي دكتورة كريمة.
السلام عليكم جميعا. معكم ممثلة المغرب، وكذلك عضوة، لي شرف أن أكون عضوة في منظمة العالمية جيفورس. فتخصصي طبيبة بيطرية، ولدي أكثر من أظن 30 سنة خبرة في مجال تحليل المخاطر. ومنذ 2016 أنا مكلفة بتقييم المخاطر، فلدي يعني رئيسة قسم تقييم المخاطر في مجال سلامة الغذاء، وكذلك في مجال الصحة الحيوانية، وكذلك عضوة في اللجنة الوطنية للدستور الغذائي، وخاصة في إطار تحليل بنود جدول الأعمال اللجنة الفنية لCCCF. وأتمنى لكم كل النجاح إن شاء الله خلال هذه الدورة التدريبية.
شكرا. دكتور مصطفى.
صباح الخير، دكتور مصطفى سلطان، المدير العلمي للعمليات بجمهورية مصر العربية بالمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية. طبعا يسعدنا إن احنا نكون موجودين مع حضراتكم جميعا ومع الخبراء من مختلف الدول العربية، وإن شاء الله نتمنى لكم ورشة عمل مثمرة بإذن الله.
أستاذة نيرة.
صباح الخير، نيرة الشريف، أخصائي تشريعات غذائية بالمنظمة العالمية لعلوم وتشريعات الأغذية. شكرا.
أهلا وسهلا. دكتور إلي.
صباح الخير جميعا. اسمي إلي بويزبك من لبنان، وخبير بالعلوم الغذائية. شكرا.
حبيب.
السلام عليكم، أنا اسمي حبيب هدويج من تونسيا، ونخدم مع جيفورس.
أهلا وسهلا. الجميع قدموا أنفسهم. أهلا وسهلا جميعا. myself again أمين أصوف، المدير العلمي بالمنظمة العالمية لعلوم تشريعات الأغذية، والخلفية العلمية دكتوراه في الكيمياء التحليلية. ودائما بأعمال الكودكس بنحكي about representativeness والتمثيلية، وهون فينا نشوف إنه we have a good geographical representativeness first. ما شاء الله تمثيل من كل المنطقة العربية، و we have كمان a good stakeholder representativeness. ومثل ما سمعنا كان الهدف من تقديم الخلفية العلمية والجهة العملية هو فقط نكون عم نتعرف على غنى representation that we have among us today، إن كان من ناحية أو من الجهات الأكاديمية للجهات التشريعية وكل الستيكهولدرز المعنيين بأعمال الدستور الغذائي. Before we continue, please also allow me to welcome our online participants, because our workshop is being broadcasted live on our online platforms. So we have a live broadcasting on YouTube, on our YouTube channel, and we have a webinar also. So we have around 40 participants with us. So welcome our online participants, and we would try to provide an engaging workshop both for our in-person participants as well as for our online participants. So thank you for joining us. So أهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا. سوف نستغل ال30 دقيقة المقبلة لنبدأ حوارنا ونقاشنا بما يعنى بالكونتنت، محتوى هذا التدريب. والهدف من هذه ال30 دقيقة المقبلة هي أيضا كسر الجليد مرة أخرى وتست ذا ستيج لما ينتظرنا خلال هذين اليومين. إذا سمحتوا لنا، بداية التدريب سوف يكون باللغة الإنجليزية بما يخص العروض التقنية، ولكن على ألا يكون هذا عائقا. أوكي، فإذا العروض التقنية بحكم تقنية المحتوى سوف تكون باللغة الإنجليزية، ولكن كل الأسئلة، المناقشات، وخصوصا في خلال الجلسات البريك أوت رومز سوف تكون باللغة المحكية، وبإمكاننا أن نساعد بثلاث لغات، باللغة العربية، اللغة الفرنسية، واللغة الإنجليزية. سوف نعود إلى العرض التقديمي بداية لاستعراض the main objectives of our workshop. So, what are our main training objectives? In a broad way. First, to enhance knowledge of the Codex risk analysis framework. فإذا مثل ما وعدناكم، هذا التدريب هو تدريب تقني وعملي. منذ الآن سوف نبدأ نقاشاتنا بشكل عملي وتقني. الهدف الأول to enhance knowledge of the broad risk analysis framework adopted by Codex. Two, to share best practices in data generation, collection, utilization for Codex standard setting. فإذا مثل ما طلعتوا على جدول الأعمال وعلى البروجرام، كل حواراتنا وكل نقاشاتنا وكل العروض التقديمية والبريك اوت رومز تعنى ب this keyword data، البيانات. سوف نستعرض كيفية تجميع البيانات، كيفية تحليل البيانات فيما يخص الدستور الغذائي واستعماله ضمن الفريم ورك اوف ذا كودكس اليمنتاريوس، وسوف نخصص نقاشاتنا بما يعنى بالبيانات التي تعنى بالملوثات في الأغذية. واتخذنا الملوثات في الأغذية كمثال لنبني عليه كل نقاشاتنا في هذين اليومين. لكن هذا لا يعني أننا لن نستعرض أيضا البيانات التي تعنى بالمطبقيات أو غيرها، أو even بالمضادات الغذائية أو غيرها. Our third objective to improve competencies in using the GEMS food database for data submission and analysis. شو هدفنا من كل هذه النقاشات ومنذ 4 سنوات وكل الخبراء وخلال كل الاجتماعات حتى الآن؟ لقد عقدنا حوالي 40 اجتماع coordination meeting ضمن المبادرة العربية، وخلال كل هذه الاجتماعات التنسيقية كان دائما one of the highlights of our recommendation is to push, to encourage Arab stakeholders and Arab countries to participate in submitting data. And when we submit our data, we will be represented geographically into the Codex proceedings and the Codex standards and decisions. فكل الهدف كان الحث على تقديم البيانات، ولكن من أجل تقديم هذه البيانات بداية يجب علينا أن نفهم ما هي هذه البيانات، كيف نحضر هذه البيانات، how to evaluate the quality of our data to be submitted, and then how to submit it. كيف نقدم هذه البيانات، ومن ثم كيف نستعمل هذه البيانات، وكيف اللجان التقنية والدستور الغذائي يستعمل هذه البيانات. فإذا مهم جدا أن نكون على دراية بكل البروسيس، بداية من ما هي هذه البيانات التي تهم الدستور الغذائي، ثانيا كيف نجمع ونحضر هذه البيانات، ثالثا كيف نقدم هذه البيانات، ولكن المهم جدا كيف نستعمل هذه البيانات خلال أعمال الدستور الغذائي. ورابعا to strengthen negotiation skills related to the use of scientific data in Codex decision and discussions. وهذه هذا الهدف مهم جدا. amongst you يلي بيشاركوا ضمن أعمال الدستور الغذائي ولجان الدستور الغذائي يعرفون جيدا أن النقاشات ممكن أن تكون جد تقنية خلال اجتماعات لجان الدستور الغذائي، ومن أجل المناقشة ومن أجل الخوض في هذه المناقشات and to have good negotiation skills. نحن دائما عادة بالدستور الغذائي هناك نقاشات وهناك discussions، وعلينا أن نبرر إذا لا نقول الدفاع عن موقف معين، ولكن at least أن يكون لدينا الخلفية العلمية والتقنية لإمكانية المناقشة ولإمكانية تبرير موقف معين. كيف لنا أن نبرر هذا الموقف إذا نحن لسنا بدراية دقيقة بالبيانات وكيفية استعمالها في خلال صياغة هذا الموقف؟ فهذه هي أهداف التريننج الأساسية. الآن لاستعراض جدول الأعمال. In this context, if you check our program, وهنا اسمحوا لي إذا أخذتم your name tags, you have a QR code, okay? So if you scan your QR code, and even if you have your laptops, if you go to our website, geforce.org, or if you scan the QR code by your phones, using your phones, you will be redirected to a landing page of our event. In this page of the event, you will access our program, and you will be accessing also another link where we have posted all our training material, and I will be speaking about this e-learning platform in a while. But now, regarding our program for the 2 days. If we check the program in the context of our discussion, you can see that this morning we will be starting by 4 introductory presentations. So the start is 4 introductory presentations in order to set the stage. هدفنا من هذه العروض التقديمية بداية إنه نكون كلنا على نفس المستوى من الدراية والمعرفة قبل الغوص تقنيا بالتدريب. فإذا لدينا 4 عروض هنا. سوف نبدأ مع بروفيسور سامويل غودفروا بعرض عام. Then سوف نكون مع دكتورة كريمة، معي مع دكتور إلي لاستعراض General Principles related to Dietary Exposure Assessment. فإذا سوف نبدأ من الأمور العامة، ومن ثم سوف نستعرض the data needs in order to perform our dietary exposure assessments, which are 2. So we need our occurrence data or the data on concentrations of chemicals in food. And 2, we need data on consumption. So we will have those presentations in order to set the stage for our training. Then, after our health break, we will have a detailed presentation about the GEMS food database, which is the exclusive source of data used by Codex assessors and Codex managers. So I will be presenting how normally or what are the data requirements. مثل ما كنا عم نحكي. What are the requirements related to our data, how to prepare our data, and how to make it suitable and with a good quality to be submitted to the GEMS food database. In order for us to understand that, we have to understand the requirements set by the GEMS food database, right? So we will be overviewing our GEMS food database, what are the different data requirements, and how we prepare our data set in order to be shared. And we know we've been working with the stakeholders for the past 4 years, and we know that we have a lot of data. لدينا الكثير من البيانات. والآن عندما نبدأ نقاشاتنا سوف الكثير منكم سوف يقولون لدينا الكثير من البيانات وبالإمكان مشاركة هذه البيانات. Why we're not sharing our data? Okay, so hopefully when we understand how the mean of sharing this data and what are the basic requirements, you will be encouraged to be sharing more data in order to help Codex proceedings and in order to have our region represented in the Codex proceedings. Then we will break out and we will give you more details about the breakout rooms and the proceedings and the breakout rooms. But for now, just to complete the idea for day 1, we will be breaking out to breakout rooms, to do 2 breakout rooms. The idea here, the first day, is to apply and implement the exercise, okay? So here we're discussing about what are the data requirements, what do we need as data, how we need to prepare our data in order to submit it to the GEMS food database. So we will have 2 practical examples working on 2 different sources of data. In the first breakout room, we will be trying to extract data from published literature. And we'll be speaking more during the breakout room about the importance of published literature and how it can be a very valuable source of data. Okay? And in the second breakout room, we will be working on an example of data coming from a monitoring plan. So it's a different type of data. And we will be learning how to read this data, how to understand this data, how to prepare it into a standardized template in order for us to share the data. So the first day idea is to understand the data requirements and to know how to prepare them and to share them. For day 2, tomorrow, the idea is to understand deeply how we use this data, okay? So we took one example, one application, which is related to the setting of maximum levels in the context of the Codex committee related to contaminants in food. فإذا المثال الذي سوف نعمل عليه هو يعنى بالملوثات وكيفية تحديد الحدود القصوى للملوثات خلال أعمال لجنة الدستور الغذائي المعنية بالملوثات في الأغذية. It's a very interesting application. Contaminants are a very interesting example. It doesn't mean that residues, whether pesticide or vet drugs residues, are not interesting. We will be tackling also some examples related to residues. It doesn't mean that additives are not important and interesting. So we can also have some discussions related to additives. But we will be focusing because, and as you will see, it's a different context when we speak about chemicals intentionally added to our food, like the residues or the additives, or when we speak about contaminants, which are non-intentionally present in our food. So we have to understand well the difference between both in terms of data and how we understand our data. Then we will dive in into a very interesting document that was adopted since 1 month during CCCF, and we were participating in Bangkok with our colleagues from Egypt, from Morocco, into the proceedings of CCCF recently, and they adopted a very interesting piece of document trying to explain and to highlight how maximum levels are set. How do we set maximum levels? So what we will be doing, we will be taking this document in details, and we divided it into 4 steps, and we will be discussing together how CCCF manages data, how they handle the data in order to set a maximum level related to contaminants. So that's why you see here we have a first presentation, a second and a third and the fourth presentation. Then we will break out into 2 breakout rooms, and we will do this exercise ourselves. Okay, so we will have a data set. We will take 2 working documents from the past CCCF 18, and we will try to extract the data. We will try to do the calculations ourselves, and we will try to propose a recommendation for a maximum level, as if you are members of the electronic working group and you are doing this work, or you are even chairing the electronic working group. You are doing this work in order to propose a recommendation to adopt a maximum level. Okay, so that's our program for the 2 days. Again, the first day is how to handle the data, how to prepare the data, how to extract it. And the second day, how to propose recommendations in order to set maximum level. So hopefully you will enjoy the discussions. We will try to make our discussions as technical as possible. فاعذرونا إذا غصنا كتير بالتفاصيل. هذا الهدف ومش إشكال. كلنا بنتعلم مع بعضنا، ونقاشاتنا رح تساعدنا انه نكون نحن عم نتعلم منكم وانتم عم تتعلموا منا. فالهدف انه نكون عم نرفع المستوى ونتكلم على مستوى تقني بحت كرمال نكون عم نكتسب خبرات من بعض. فاذا that's our program for the 2 days. Now all the training material, okay, everything related to the presentations, the breakout rooms is already posted and uploaded into an e-learning platform and our GeForce e-learning platform. What you have to do, you have to scan, if you scan the QR code, or if you have your laptops and you go to our website, geforce.org, and you click on the events page, this events page, you will see that we have a link. And once you click on this link, you will be redirected to our e-learning platform. Then you can connect as a guest. Okay, no need to have login and the password. Thank you, Dr. Eli. So if we go down, that's our e-learning platform. When you click on the link, you will see here our course. Okay, so that's our course. Once you click on this workshop, on the data collection, let's click together. So we will be redirected. So among us, professors coming from universities, they are more familiar with the Moodle system. So that's a Moodle, an e-learning system. Okay, so we have everything uploaded. So you have some introductory words, remarks, you have the meeting agenda. And you can access all the primary references on which we base our preparation. فإذا عندنا مرجعيين جد مهمين. مرجعية أولى هو الدوكيمنت الأساسي وسوف نستعرضهم ضمن عروضنا. الدوكيمنت الأساسي الذي يعتمد من قبل WHO، والمرجعية الثانية هي الدوكيمنت اللي اعتمدته لجنة الملوثات في الأغذية. فإذا you can access both raw reference materials. Okay. Then we have the day 1 material, we have the day 1 breakout rooms, we have the day 2 material and the day 2 breakout rooms. الهدف is to have our workshop as interactive as possible. So please use your laptops, download the material, Then when we will be breaking out to our rooms, download the material, try to use it, fill out the material, and we will give you more tips during the breakout rooms. Okay, so that's our e-learning platform. Okay for everyone? Great. Now we still have one task before we take our picture and we have a health break. This task is just to initiate our reflection on the scientific content, okay? So we titled it here as a quiz, but it is not a quiz, okay? So the idea is to have to start giving you some time. We prepared for you 10 questions. So we will be asking you to take your phones or your laptops, go to the e-learning, as we saw here, platform, and you will see that we have a quiz. We saw it, okay? Right away. So we have a quiz. The quiz is just 10 questions, true or false. Please take 7 minutes, so you don't need more than 7 minutes. Okay, just 7 دقائق. الهدف هو it's anonymous, okay? ما في ولا اسمكم ولا ما في it's completely anonymous. بس الهدف انه نكون عم نستعرض بعض المعلومات وسوف يعطيكم ذلك فكرة عن النقاشات والمعلومات التي سوف نستعرضها خلال هذين اليومين. إذا سمحتوا, please take your, and then we will correct the test together, and we will not be correcting the test, okay? I will ask you to provide more information about the questions, okay? So we still have around 25 minutes, so that's our task, okay? So please, and we are here to help you. Dr. Karima, Dr. Mustafa, Mrs. Naira, myself, so we are here to help you to connect. You see? That's our initial assessment. Okay, once you click on Q1, you will access Q1, you answer true or false, then you move to Q2. Just 10 questions, okay? So I will give you 5 to 7 minutes, we can help you, and then we will have our discussion. Yes. Yes. So the 10 questions are true or false questions, okay? Just true or false questions. Now we're not giving you any information or any more tips. Just connect to your questions, try to overview the questions, answer them, so true or false, and then you click check, and you move to the second question. Okay, are we able to access? Yes, we will be helping you, okay? So you access the e-learning platform? Oh, okay, give it some time. Perhaps it's an internet connection. Okay, so we are connected. So just connect as guest to the e-learning. Try to overview the material, okay? If you have access to all the materials. And I will ask also our online participants to do the same exercise. So our online participants, please go to our website, geforce.org, and you can access or click on the event page, and then you have the e-learning link. Once you click on the e-learning, you can access as guests. And here you can have access and you can overview all training materials, and let's try to do this initial assessment together. And our online participants, do not forget that you can participate with us even orally. So you just need to raise your hand and we will give you the floor anytime you have a comment or a question. So I will stop for 5 minutes. So, did we finish the 10 questions? Still need perhaps 1 minute, because then we will be discussing all the questions again. So the idea is not to get the right or the wrong answer. So the idea is just to be introduced, a bit to some information, and then we will be providing all the details during the 2 days workshop. Exactly. So you're ready. Great. So تنستفيد من ال10 دقائق المتبقية لنا، سوف نبدأ نقاشنا، وأكيد فيكم تكونوا عم تتابعوا الأجوبة على أسئلتكم. فإذا الهدف is just to get some introductory discussion, okay, related to the content of our workshop. So let's start by the first question. And I always invite our online participants to be engaged with us. So the first question, so from my end, I will just be reading the question. You have the answer, we have the answer, but the idea is to give you or to discuss in a few seconds more tips about it. So food risk analysis is the logical framework according to which food safety and nutrition decisions ought to be made nationally and internationally. So that's true. And do we need to give more information about it? What do you think? Or it's perfectly clear? And of course, during the 2 days presentations, we will be discussing more details. But it is clear that we should base our decisions on the food risk analysis framework. The second question. Codex is the international food risk assessor. What do you think? Is it a food risk assessor, the Codex Alimentarius, or the Codex Alimentarius Commission and committees, or what? Within the risk analysis tasks, the Codex is it?
They are the risk managers.
The Codex Alimentarius and Commission and committees are the risk managers. And do you know, we will have a presentation on that, but what are the risk assessors within Codex? Can you give us at least one example? GEFA. Okay, we're good. The third question. Codex standards can be developed on the basis of a risk assessment developed by a reputable food regulatory agency or food risk assessment agency such as EFSA, the European Food Safety Agency, or Health Canada in Canada. What do you think? Codex decisions and proceedings could rely on any risk assessment coming from any other national agency, or what? That's false, right? So the Codex proceedings should rely on a risk assessment provided by the Codex risk assessors, as GEFA, JMPR, GEMRA, and others, or any other ad hoc expert committee. So again, why we're speaking too much about Codex? Because everything we're doing is linked and related to Codex. Now, some questions related to data, إلها علاقة بالبيانات itself. Can we use maximum levels and maximum residue limits as a source of concentration data when we perform dietary exposure calculations? So the answer is true. And why we ask these questions, and we will have much more detailed discussion about it, because we think that in order for us to perform dietary exposure assessment, we should have reported concentrations coming from total diet studies or coming from monitoring and surveillance plan, which is exceptional. But in some situations, in the absence of available data, or in some regulatory situations, we will be detailing more what we call post-regulatory decisions or studies, we might use maximum levels and maximum residue levels as an indicator, for example, of a worst-case scenario related to the data that we need. So we can use maximum levels and maximum residue limits. And everything we are discussing also during these two days is to set maximum levels, okay? But it doesn't mean that we cannot use maximum levels coming from renowned international standardization organization or databases. Now, The limit of quantification, the LOQ, is one of the data parameters that need to be known about the food analytical methods according to which food occurrence data are being gathered for Codex purposes. So do we need to know the limit of quantification or not? What do you think? We surely need to know the limit of quantification, and it will be mandatory, and we will be discussing that. So at least we need to provide our limit of quantification, if not providing both limit of detection and limit of quantification. And we will be discussing all different scenarios. The following question. Now, some parameters, performance parameters related to the quality of our analytical method. Do we need to know at least the precision and accuracy as a key parameter that need to be characterized prior to data being submitted for use by food regulators? What do you think? Yes, right? Because we need to evaluate the quality of our data, and the quality of our data will be relying mostly on the quality of our analytical methodology that we used, right? And when we speak about an analytical methodology, which should be completely validated, that's for sure, but at least we're saying that we need to have at least an idea about errors representing precision, repeatability, reproducibility, etc., and the errors representing the accuracy of our method. Concentration data from monitoring surveillance programs are considered as the most representative type of data for exposure assessments. What do you think? So it's false, but which kind of data will be like the most ideal representation when we do dietary exposure assessments? What do you think? Coming from which type of studies? From here I'm speaking just about the source of data, okay? مصدر البيانات. I'm saying مصدر البيانات يلي نستحصل عليها from monitoring and surveillance هي أقصى حد للبيانات التي ممكن تكون representative. في عنا نوع آخر من البيانات في يكون أهم, which is it's a kind of a program. It's a kind of study. Professor Sam, can you say a few words before giving them the answer?
A study that allows you to really look at the way you are exposed to contaminants from food as consumed. That should give you a name. Total Diet Study, TDS. The TDS is the most representative program that allows you to have an idea of the exposure to contaminants, and really it's a randomized system, plus it allows you to see things as consumed. Things that are in monitoring and surveillance programs, generally you're looking at things as sold. That's what you're looking at. You're looking at occurrence data as sold, and you're not looking things as consumed. And total diet study programs have been advocated by WHO to be the backbone of any robust food control system. So any region of the world, if not even any country of the world, has actually or should have a total diet study program. And I'm going to actually add in the trivia knowledge, أقدم total diet study في العالم من أي سنة؟ أقدم total diet study. أول total diet study في الستينيات في الولايات المتحدة الأمريكية. ثاني أقدم total diet study في العالم كندا في الستينيات أيضا. So, and actually you do not stop. You generally do not stop producing those. You don't have to do them every year, but at least on a regular basis. Every 2 to 3 years, you do a total diet study.
Thank you, Professor Sam. No. At the contrary. At the contrary. So we will be discussing, of course, more and more related to the different types of data. So the following question. Reducing the number of data points gathered as a result of what we call data censoring, or what we will be calling today data cleanup. It's one of the steps of preparing our data. So when we reduce the number, when we remove some data points, we consider them as inconvenient or outliers from our data set, is considered data tampering and is therefore not allowed, as it would render the reliance on available food occurrence data impossible. What do you think? It is allowed and it should be performed. It's not just allowed. So when we handle a data set, وقت يكون في عنا مجموعة بيانات, we cannot submit this data set right away without preparing the data set. And one of the preparation steps is to clean up our data. How do we clean up normally our data? By removing what we call outliers. صحيح؟ دايما تسمعوا فيها ضمن documents of the Codex, they removed outliers. So that's false, and we will be discussing further this information. In some instances, it may be appropriate to conduct time trend analysis with the inclusion of food occurrence data spanning over 10 years. من الكل يلي بيشتغلوا ضمن اللجان التقنية ويلي بيعرفوا أعمال الدستور الغذائي. What do you think? دائما بنطلب بيانات تعود لسنين سابقة، صحيح? That's true. And we will be discussing more why it is important for particular contaminants, مش للكل. It's important to understand why for particular contaminants, we need to have data spanning over years, okay? That's true. For the development of maximum levels, it is necessary to estimate high percentile values of the data set. This also requires a higher number of data points gathered generally beyond 60 data points. So perhaps that's one of the most technical questions here. So that's a true question. And we will be exclusively discussing and having more discussions about these requirements, okay? What are the percentiles? How do we handle a distribution of data? How we represent a distribution of data through averages, medians, percentiles? What do we mean by 95th percentile? Why do we use it? Why it's important to use it, okay? So that's the basic understanding in order to understand Codex documents related to contaminants. So that was, I guess, the last question. So hopefully you enjoyed this introductory session, and we're now ready to handle our technical discussions. I will just take one more minute from your time, giving the floor to our colleague, Mrs. Naira, to give you some technical and logistical information specifically related to the breakout rooms and to the colors you have on your name tags. So Naira, please, you have the floor. And thank you so much.
صباح الخير. احنا بس عايزين نسيب ملاحظة لحضراتكم ان انتم مقسمين لمجموعتين عمل، جروب A and جروب B. جروب A عنده color في النيم تاج orange، جروب B green color، اوكي؟ جروب A هيبقى في الغرفة المجاورة دي مباشرة، جروب B هيكون في آخر الممر، الغرفة اللي في الوش على طول. تمام. بخصوص الغداء هيكون في جينجر المطعم تبع الأوتيل. بس كده. الاورنج جروب A، الاخضر جروب B. تمام. يس. اوكي. استاذن حضراتكم للصورة الجماعية. يس هير.
إذا سمحتوا بنتوجه كلنا تناخد صورة جماعية، ومن ثم بناخد our health break وبنبدأ ب our workshop. تفضلوا اعملوا معنا.
لدينا 20 دقيقة ونعود إلى هذه الراحة.
Thank you. Some time lag. Yeah.
Just
Time lag. Yeah, and I will look at this.
yeah, but
Because this one will move quick. This one will
this
move
one
quick.
is real.
Yeah.
But
So
try.
yeah. This one, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's fast.
No, but
Yeah, it's fast. Ah, رجعت. Non,
Oui,
it's very automatic. Non, c'est bon. C'est bon, celui-là. C'est un nouveau, celui-là. C'est toi.
ça c'est pour Amine.
Ça, c'est pour... It's always good, really, to put things in their frame. We're going to be really reiterating, if that was even needed, of the importance of data for decision-making processes, but we will also review the different types of data that we will need, particularly in the context of making decisions related to contaminants in food and developing international standards, but also national standards supporting this effort. Non. Il a décidé que non. No, it's not. Okay. Well, so of course, why do we need data? Because we are making decisions based on a framework. And this framework is a logical framework for decision making. By the way, what is a logical framework? It's a systematic approach that we follow to make a decision. And because we follow the systematic approach, we have a stronger likelihood for the decision to be less arbitrary, to be more predictable, and in this particular case, to be science and evidence-based. And this framework that was adopted for food standard setting is what we call the food risk analysis paradigm. Food risk analysis was adopted in the 1990s, in fact, in 1995, as the basis of Codex standard setting. But in fact, it was used since the 1960s as the basis for the decision-making process. And risk analysis, not food risk analysis is not something new. It is, in fact, a system of making decisions that has been developed and has been followed for so many fields where risk is a key parameter for making the decisions, whether be it for space missions, whether be it in aspects related to environmental protection, for example, the management of chemical factories. So wherever there is risk, we use risk analysis as the basis. Now, of course, food have risks associated with them, and we use food risk analysis as the basis for the decision-making process. And we're going to be going through the way food risk analysis was developed and was presented in the Codex framework. Now, when you look at Codex texts, you will find that food risk analysis was included, as I mentioned, in Codex text in 1995 with the adoption of the first text that identifies the fact that food risk analysis is the basis for the decision-making process when it comes to food safety and nutrition. And this was further re-emphasized when the World Trade Organization was created, WTO, and when one of the treaties, one of the agreements of WTO was adopted, and that is the SPS agreement, the Sanitary and Phytosanitary Agreement. And we will see how risk analysis and the management of risk is mentioned as part of SPS. Now, when we look at Codex text, you will find risk analysis mentioned in a plethora of texts. The first one, as I mentioned, is the statement of principle concerning the role of science in the Codex decision-making and the extent to which other factors are taken into account. This text clearly gives a direction that risk assessment primarily is the source of the scientific evaluation. But then after that, we need to put other factors that will support the decision-making process. In 1997, there is another statement of principle that were approved by Codex and that were added to the appendix of the Codex procedural manual. And those are the statements of principles related to the role of food safety risk assessment. So you see, we defined the role of risk analysis. In 1997, we defined the role of risk assessment. And then we adopted in the procedural manual as well key definitions, which are the definitions of the various steps of risk analysis, risk assessment, risk management, and risk communication. And subsequently, what we worked on in Codex is that we said that these principles, not only should they apply for Codex, but they should also apply for member states. And that's how we came up with the working principles for risk analysis for application in the framework of the Codex Alimentarius in 2003. Now, the idea of following risk analysis is that we follow, as I mentioned, the systematic approach. We try to assess the risk, we identify the issue and the potential impacts of the issue, and then we formulate options for management. We try to evaluate the potential impacts of these options, and we select the most appropriate option. We implement it, we evaluate it, and we redo the cycle again. It's a cycle. And basically, what this allows to do, it provides both Codex and food regulators with a systematic and structured approach that is to be followed to reach those decisions, primarily in this case, to protect public health from food safety issues. Now, as part of risk analysis, we have identified three components: risk assessment, which is the scientific component; risk management, which is mostly the policy component; and risk communication, which is really the interaction between the various partners and stakeholders while these two elements are taking place. So we have a definition of each of these components, and risk assessment is defined as the qualitative and quantitative characterization of the risk. So really, it's the estimation of the potential for adverse health effects to impact a consumer, to impact an individual, or to impact populations. Now, you have, as an objective of the risk assessment, also risk assessment is codified, and you have several steps in the risk assessment. You have to start by identifying what the issue is. You have a risk because the food contains a hazard. So you need to identify the hazard. Then we need to identify or to characterize the potential impact on human health of that hazard. And that's what the hazard characterization is for. And then the hazard and the impact of the hazard on health do not materialize unless we are exposed to the hazard. So we need to estimate what is the level of exposure, because that level of exposure is really related to the probability of the hazard to be inducing those effects. So that's what we do with the exposure assessment. And finally, when we combine the two aspects, the potential impact on human health, the potential exposure, and we combine those two, we reach what we call the risk characterization. Now, we will explore very quickly the difference between a risk and a hazard. So if I ask you in a very simple word, between the risk and the hazard, what is the parameter that I need to include? It's the probability. Probability, or we can say it's the exposure, but the exposure is a representation of the probability. And the example of this representation is this. So you have a big wave. The big wave is the hazard, okay? And the potential impact of that hazard is what? Drowning, okay? Now, for drowning to happen, if you don't have a person in front of that wave, no drowning will happen. So the probability is really the probability of having a surfer by that wave. If there is no surfer, the hazard is there and it will not have an impact. Same situation here when we have this crossroads. The crossroads is the hazard. The potential impact of that crossroads is what? Accidents, right? But for accidents to happen, you need to have cars. If you do not have cars present at the crossroads, the impact of the crossroads will not materialize, okay? So, and we have another representation here. Now, speaking of food, if I take a capsule of cyanide, cyanide, as you know, is basically a white solid, so sometimes very difficult to distinguish, doesn't have really a taste. If you take that bottle of cyanide, it's locked, it's capped, it's locked, it's labeled, and it's put in a cupboard and it's locked away. So the hazard is 100%. The potential for that cyanide to induce an impact on my health is practically nil. It's very far away from me. I'm not going to be reaching it. It's completely out of reach, right? Capped, locked, labeled, and away. If I take that cyanide now and I put it outside, okay? So it's no longer locked, it's outside, but it's labeled. So, and I can see it, and maybe there is even this sign in front of it, you know, to tell me that this is not something that I should be using. So, of course, if I'm not a person who can read or maybe distinguish very well, I increased the probability. So the probability increased, but it's not very high. It's not equivalent to the hazard itself. The hazard is 100%, and the risk has increased because the probability increased. Now, if I can take the same bottle and I'm going to put it in the kitchen where generally I prepare food, so I increased the probability of use, and at the same time, I did not put a label. So somebody might confuse it with sugar or salt, and therefore there is the potential for its use has increased significantly, and now my risk has increased. And finally, if I take that and I put it in my coffee altogether and I'm drinking the coffee, my hazard is equal to my risk because my probability has become 1. Okay? So this is just an illustration of the difference between the hazard and the risk. And again, you have definitions, and I'm not going to go through those in details. You have definitions that are including in the ISO standards for what a risk is. Now, of course, we are here in the context of preparation for Codex proceedings, so we need to recall the definitions that are used in Codex. You have a definition of risk assessment, and you have also a definition of the various steps of the risk assessment. So what I need to just actually focus on here is that the hazard aspect, both the hazard identification and the hazard characterization. By the way, what do I mean by hazard characterization? You have a full definition there. The hazard characterization is really the estimation of the potential impact of the hazard on my health, on human health. Now, if I ask you, is this characterization or should this characterization be different when I'm talking about it in Oman, in Tunisia, in the United States, or in Chile? Will it be the same or not? It's going to be the same. Why? Because we're talking about humans. It's the impact of the hazard on humans. And you're going to tell me, yes, but you know what? Humans have difference in their background. You have genetics that enters. You have the environmental considerations. All that is accounted for in the hazard characterization. When we do the hazard characterization, we take into account vulnerable population, including any genetic, influence, or including actually some vulnerable subgroups like infants, like immune-compromised individuals. So all that is accounted for, which means that the hazard characterization is valid everywhere. For the exposure assessment, can I use the exposure that was done in France and say it's applicable directly here in Oman? No. Why? Two factors that actually interfere in there. First of all, I have no indication that the level of contamination in France is the same as the level of contamination here in Oman. The second influence is that I have no indication that the food where the hazard is occurring is consumed in the same way in France as it is in Oman, which means that the exposure is the element that varies from one country to country. And because the exposure varies, the risk characterization will also vary. So you're going to hear me and you hear all the colleagues throughout the workshop speak about always exposure is a product. Still doesn't actually allow me to move, eh? I'm not really very lucky with I'm noticing this as actually a statistics right now. Sorry. So basically, I'm just going to repeat that for exposure, it's the product of. So if I try to define exposure is the product of the occurrence of the hazard and the consumption of the food. Okay? Exposure is the product of occurrence multiplied by consumption. And we're going to be repeating that 300 times. Probably at the end, you're going to be dreaming of that during your sleep. You're going to be speaking about exposure is equal to occurrence multiplied by consumption. Okay? So now I'm just going to be saying a few words of differentiation between two terminologies, safety assessment and risk assessment. Risk assessment is the generic term. Risk assessment is really the scientific assessment trying to quantify and qualify the impact of a hazard on health, accounting for the general impact of the product itself, but also taking into account the probability of that impact to happen based on the occurrence and on the consumption. Now, as you know, for food, you have hazards that occur without you intervening in them, meaning contaminants. Contaminants, they are there, you do not add them to food. They are there in a non-deliberate fashion. And for those, you apply the word or the terminology of risk assessment. And risk assessment is, by the way, a general terminology applied for all. But when we speak about potential hazards that are introduced as a result of an application where you deliberately add the substance or you deliberately introduce a new food, like a novel food, in this case, we use the terminology of safety assessment. Why? Because I have a say in this. I have introduced the application. Example of applications that I have introduced. Additives. It's a direct addition to the food. As I mentioned, novel foods. In novel foods, I will speak about a safety assessment because, again, it's something that I deliberately created, like a genetically modified organism or a novel process, for example, like cold pasteurization techniques. You know, those are things that I deliberately introduced in the context of food production. Okay? Another example, pesticides. Pesticides are not added directly to a food. They are added indirectly because basically they are not meant to stay in the food. I added them to the crop in the context of agricultural practices. My hope, of course, is that they do not stay because basically we have withdrawal periods and so on, so that basically the pesticides diminish as much as possible, but you have residues that stay. Okay, and because this application is deliberate, I'm going to be speaking about a safety assessment. The same thing applies for veterinary drugs. Veterinary drugs are also added deliberately, but in an indirect fashion. I don't add them to food. I add them to the animal that is meant to produce the food. And as a result, also, they're not meant to stay, but you may have residues that might persist at the end after slaughter or after harvest. Now, of course, risk assessment, and particularly the aspects of exposure, will vary in relation with a number of other parameters. The fact that the food is processed or unprocessed may change the occurrence and therefore may change the risk. The fact that the food is transported, is conserved in a certain way, also will have an influence on the way the risk will be found. So you have a number of other parameters related particularly to the production, the handling of the food that may also influence the risk. And when you look at the data that you are going to be needing for risk assessment, you're generally going to be looking at data of two categories. Data that will inform the hazard characterization, and that's what you find in foodborne illness data, for example, epidemiological information, any type of toxicological studies. All those will inform you on the hazard, the impact of the hazard on your health. You have a second category of data that will inform you on the exposure. What are these data? Again, what informs the data on exposure? Occurrence and consumption. Okay, so that's really what informs the data on exposure. Again, the same type of information. All what you see on the right are data that will inform you on the hazards, dose response models, severity, magnitude of health effects, the impact on populations, and so on. That's what you find on hazards. What you see here on the left here, basically that's what informs you on exposure. Population aspects actually may inform both, because you may have vulnerable groups that you account for in your hazard characterization. Populations differences, that's generally what you see in the consumption patterns, and you're going to be seeing that in the presentation dedicated to that. You're going to be seeing in a population, people don't consume food in the same way. Even in Oman, you may have people that consume a lot of rice, others that might consume just a little of rice. So you may have differences in consumption based on subsets of the population. Now, of course, when we are estimating a risk, we are looking at combinations of foods and hazards. And generally, at this point, we are doing risk assessment in the context of a combination, one food, one hazard. That's the majority of risk assessments. That being said, we are right now improving methodologies in order to look at multiple hazards in multiple food sources and trying to actually get the potential impacts from that. Generally, when you have a hazard that can find itself in several foods. So for example, arsenic. Arsenic, you may find it in seafood, you may find it in rice, you may find it in some leafy greens. So if you want to have the potential impact of arsenic on health from food sources, you're going to be considering the exposure from leafy greens, the exposure from seafood, the exposure from rice, and you're going to be considering the addition of all that. Okay? So you take each food hazard combination and you add them in order to look at the potential impact for one particular hazard. Okay? That's how we do it right now. And we do not take into account at this point any synergetic or mitigating aspects. We will just basically add things up. Now, we spoke about the potential impacts of other factors that may influence your risk assessment, and particularly the way your hazard occurs in food. We spoke about storage, processing, packaging, cooking, the way you eat the food. All that may influence your exposure to the hazard. Now, looking again at, or going back to Codex, this is how the risk analysis process has been portrayed in Codex. And you see this representation where risk communication is the bubble in which both risk assessment and risk management coexist. That representation was not a fortuitous one. It was made on purpose. Why? This is to re-emphasize the fact that risk communication should happen at every stage of the process. When you do risk assessment, you do risk communication, because you have to communicate the outcome of your risk assessment. Okay? You have to share it. You have sometimes to exchange information. Wow, I'm not going to be finishing in 3 minutes. I can tell you that. Okay, so, but I will try though to fast track. Thank you for that. And we have, I'm repeating basically the three components of the risk analysis now represented here. And again, really what we want to do is really to look at how this is addressed both in Codex and by national governments. So as you saw in your quiz or in the pre-assessment or in the pre-discussion, questionnaire, you saw that Codex is the risk manager, right? But who does the risk assessment for Codex? It's basically those entities, those expert groups, GECFA, JMPR, GEMNU, GEMRA, and ad hoc expert meetings. And those are the ones that produce the risk assessments that Codex committees will be using. Generally, that is done on the basis of a request and provision of advice system. So how does it work? When a Codex committee needs some scientific information, it will request for that advice from the expert bodies. Once the expert bodies conduct their scientific assessment, they give it back to Codex for use in the formulation of the risk management approach. Now, to be able to do this, this is where you need the data. Because for those scientific bodies to conduct their risk assessment, they need information. And if they are not provided with that information, particularly on the occurrence, they will not be able to provide their scientific advice. Or if they have scientific data that is skewed, meaning that most of the data is coming from Europe, from the United States, from Japan, from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, the risk assessment will become a risk assessment supporting the estimation of the risk for those populations that provided the data. So if you do not have data, you exclude yourself from the risk assessment process. And that's essentially what we want to mitigate, hopefully with more data being provided by Arab jurisdictions. I have to deduct all the time that, this thing doesn't respond to me. Now, if we do this, c'est pas moi là, right? I'm going back. So now, if we go back to this with the with national governments and Codex, like we try to see how things occur when it comes, for example, to a veterinary drug residue. A veterinary drug residue, who does the risk assessment? At Codex level, it's GECFA. Even though GECFA is called the Joint Expert Committee on Food Additives, it actually does more than additives. It does additives, contaminants, even actually flavoring agents, and it does also veterinary drug residues. Now, who does that in governments? Who does that in governments? Your own risk assessment body will be able to do that, the risk assessment, okay? At the national level, you will be doing that within your own food safety authority or within your own competent authority. If I look at the decision of risk management for vet drugs, who does that? That's CCRVDF. We have a committee dedicated to veterinary drug residues, and that's the one that will conduct the formulation of the standard. And then who will be able to do the enforcement? Codex will not do any enforcement. Basically, the enforcement is set at the level of food competent authorities. I'm going to go to the next slide, please. Yeah, can you do? I'm going to ask you to help me with the next slides because this is not responding in an accurate basis. One slide back. Sorry. So, of course, in Codex texts, we have basically a series of guidance documents that we must or we can rely upon in order to be able to give you direction on how you conduct the risk analysis process. You have the procedural manual, obviously. You have also the expert committees, so GECFA, GEMRA, and so on. They have their own procedural approaches that are fully documented and that go from the way experts are selected to the way data are utilized. Now, a lot of the aspects that govern the risk assessment process that expert bodies do in Codex are also documented in the procedural manual. So in the procedural manual, you will have principles for risk assessment for pesticides, for contaminants. So that's essentially the body of guidance that is used in order to be able to support the formulation of the risk assessment, but also the development of the risk management options. And of course, basically Codex issued a number of texts for guidance to governments as to how risk analysis can be applied in the decision-making process. The next slide, please. Now here, I would like to further re-emphasize on the importance of following the risk analysis approach so that countries that are members of the World Trade Organizations can fulfill their obligations vis-a-vis WTO, and mainly the SPS text. And you will find on Article 5 of the SPS agreement a clear direction that members have to ensure that their sanitary measures are based on an assessment of the risk. And here, of course, given that the SPS agreement is not only about food safety, but also about animal health and plant health, here we're talking about assessing the risk not only to humans, but also to animals and to plants. And of course, here we're talking about applying the best practices and the guidance that is provided by international organizations. It also directs us to use the best available scientific information and evidence in this regard. And when they use the word evidence, by the way, they use that just to emphasize that evidence is used for risk assessment, but also for risk management, because when you are speaking about a potential impact on the economy, you have to support that with data and with evidence. You cannot be doing that simply on the basis of conjecture. The next slide. Now, on Article 5 here also, you will find some direction about conducting or formulating risk management decisions. And basically, the direction is that these decisions or these options need to be developed while taking into account to minimize the potential negative impacts on trade. And finally, basically, we're calling on countries that they should avoid any arbitrary decisions that may be unjustified. So again, arbitrary decisions are those who are not supported by a food risk assessment when it comes to decisions related to food safety or nutrition. Now, of course, in our discussion throughout this workshop, we're going to be focusing on the risk assessment, and we're going to be focusing primarily on the bubble on the right here, the exposure assessment aspects. The next slide, please. And here we have a different representation of the way the risk assessment is conducted. As you know, the finality of the risk assessment is what we call the risk characterization. Aspects related to the hazard, as we said, those are applicable everywhere, and we can use GECFA, GEMRA, and so on as the basis for the outputs of the hazard characterization. Now, sometimes some countries may have a different outcome of the hazard characterization, and that may be resulting from the fact that they have applied, for example, a different level of protection, okay? And that's possible. That's possible. You may, for example, also take into account of the uncertainties in a different way. So you may have sometimes differences, but these differences generally are justified by a difference in the risk assessment policy of the country. But generally, when you have a risk assessment, and particularly a hazard characterization of that risk assessment developed by an international organization, that tends to be applicable everywhere. What varies is, of course, the exposure. And no, it's okay. And again, what varies, what makes really a risk assessment that is conducted by GECFA not necessarily completely applicable without changing or without any adaptation, what makes things change is the exposure. So we go back to the next slide. No. So basically, what is geography dependent, we go back, it's the way foods are consumed. People don't consume food in the same way, and that can influence the exposure. The second, of course, influence is the accurate representation of the occurrence data. And again, monitoring program shows you that contaminants do not occur with the same pattern everywhere in the world. And that's totally geography dependent. And that's what we need to ascertain in your own national risk assessments, but also for risk assessments that are developed globally. To be applicable globally, we need these to be made available with the global representation. The next. So again, here you have different sources of data for the two aspects. As I mentioned, for the hazard characterization, you have epidemiological data, but also toxicological information. The next slide. For the exposure assessments, you're going to be needing data that is provided mainly by yourselves, mainly data on the occurrence of the hazards in food, your monitoring studies, your total diet study programs, any type of information related to your enforcement activities and your findings, but also your food consumption information. And we can find this information not only in governments, but also we can find information in the scientific literature, because there's a lot of research that is conducted on both aspects, the aspects of occurrence, but also the aspects of consumption information. So that's what we're going to be exploring throughout the next day and a half, almost, or close to 2 days. And we're going to be now drilling down these aspects of the risk assessment. And I'm going to be now passing the baton to my colleague, Dr. Karima Zween. Karima will review with you the basis of the exposure assessment.
شكرا جزيلا بروفيسور سامويل على هذا العرض القيم والشامل الذي من خلاله يعني أعطى لنا بروفيسور سامويل نظرة كاملة على كل أهمية البيانات وكيفية استعمال البيانات، وخاصة كل التطبيقات الهامة التي من خلالها يمكن أن نتعرف على التعرض للمخاطر الناجمة عن الغذاء. فقبل أن أبدأ العرض اسمحوا لي أولا أن أعطي كلمة شكر أو أشكر جزيلا المنظمتين GeForce وإتسمو على إعطائنا هذه الفرصة اليوم لكي نقوم بهذا الاجتماع وهذه الورشة التدريبية حول موضوع ومسائل ومشاكل تخص بالأساس المنطقة العربية، وهي كيفية يعني جمع البيانات، كيفية استعمال البيانات لتحقيق سلامة الغذاء. واليوم يشرفني أن أقوم بهذا العرض الذي من خلاله سوف أتحدث عن واحد من التطبيقات الهامة التي أشار إليها بروفيسور سامويل، والمندرجة في إطار منظومة تحليل المخاطر، والأمر يتعلق بكيفية القيام بتقييم التعرض الناجم عن الأخطار المرتبطة بالمواد الغذائية. I will do this presentation both in English and Arabic. So as I said, I will talk about one of the core risk assessment activities where data plays has a very important place. It's about dietary exposure assessment. So the objective is to provide you a comprehensive overview of this topic and its significance in risk assessment and regulation. So I will highlight why is it important today to have this tool and to apply this tool in our risk assessment, and also focus on its role in protecting public health and supporting risk assessment. And also I will explore with you how dietary exposure assessment can be applied to improve regulatory systems, including its practical benefits for food safety management. And also I will give you just an idea about this methodology, how we can apply it. And finally, I will share with you some conclusion and some important opportunities for our region to strengthening regulatory frameworks and advancing food safety using this important tool. So let's start first by the definition of this concept. As mentioned by Professor Samuel, dietary exposure assessment is the process of qualitative and or quantitative evaluation of the likely intake of biological, chemical, or physical agents through food and from other relevant sources. So if you examine this definition, we can maybe be interested by some keywords given in this definition. We have a process. It means that we have different steps involved within this process, and also qualitative or quantitative evaluation. That seems that we can have data, maybe data is not available, so we can do also qualitative evaluation. And we are interested by calculating the intake through our food. So here, I mentioned the calculation or formula that we can use for this purpose, but we will discuss more about it during the presentation. So here, as mentioned by Professor Samuel, we have the whole steps involved in a risk assessment. And we will see that exposure assessment has a third position because we have two previous steps. We have hazard identification. We have also hazard characterization. And these steps are very important in risk assessment because they give us all the scientific knowledge or the scientific information that we can use for doing risk assessment. And for exposure assessment, we use all this data, but also we focus on food consumption data and hazard consultation data. It's very important. We can't do exposure assessment if we don't have this data available. And then we can be able to estimate the intake of hazard for example, contaminants like lead or aflatoxins, and also for additives or nutrients, why not? And through food consumption for a specific population. It's very important. We have to define all this consideration to do our exposure assessment. So now, why is it important to implement a dietary exposure assessment in our food safety system? As you know, nowadays, we are seeing an increasing burden of food-related risk. We have a lot of crises, and we notice that all these crises increase actually in our daily life. This is mainly due to the multiplicity of hazard in our food systems. For example, we can have chemical risk, like heavy metals or pesticide residues, or microbial risks such as bacteria and viruses, and even allergic risk from new ingredients. So at the same time, food production is evolving, and with the new products, processing techniques, and global trade, these key risk factors bring new challenges and more complex exposure scenarios. Then with all these challenges, we can consider that dietary exposure assessment becomes a key tool. It helps us understand how much of these substances people are exposed to, and whether it could pose a risk to health. This is essential for making sure our regulatory systems keep up with today's food safety challenges. So at the core, it's about building a solid foundation for decision-making to strengthen food safety, ensure fair market access, and act responsibly in global trade, food trade. And also, we need to make a data-driven decisions. It's very important. We need to have data to do all the applications that are within the process of food analysis. And supported by objective evaluation that balances, in the first hand, risks, and in the other hand, benefits. Benefits from all the mitigation measures that we can decide to implement in our food safety system. So by applying this dietary exposure assessment, we can better acknowledge the local context. It's very important. If we generate our data, we can do this application in our own situation. To make appropriate choices, to reformulate management decision more effectively and not blindly. We could use data from other countries for our risk management. It's not appropriate to do that. And also to build consumer trust. It's very important. Nowadays, all our consumers are very strict and need to have data, to have the proof. We can use this dietary exposure assessment to give all the confidence needed by consumers. And also it helps us contribute and comply with Codex safety standards, for example, to establish MRLs or maximum levels for contaminants, which is vital for international compliance and trade. So what we can say that is ultimately exposure assessments helps us drive smarter decisions and also to ensure food safety in our local situation. So how it could be applied to improve our regulatory systems? So by applying dietary exposure assessment in our food regulation, we can have many advantages. In practical situation, we can this application supports science-based decision-making. It ensures policy relies on realistic population-specific exposure estimates. Also, it helps us with the proactive risk prevention. We need to act to have this prevention before that crisis happen in our country. And it enables early detection and mitigation of foodborne chemical, for example, for chemical risks. And also, it's a key for public health protection. It identifies critical exposures from sensitive groups, and notably for infants and pregnant women. Also, it ensures Codex alignments, and it brings economic efficiency. It's very important. We have to be to do this to apply dietary exposure assessment to guide us to take the main important decision in our food safety system, and it enables early detections and mitigations of foodborne chemical risk. And at least it improves regulatory precision and avoid both under or over regulation by quantifying actual risks. Here in this slide, just I want to show you that dietary exposure assessment could be applied in different situations and different stages in our food system. We can apply it in pre-market evaluation and to quantify expected exposure before authorizing some substances, for example, so new novel sweeteners or new pesticide or new active substances before giving the authorization to use them locally. And also we can use it for post-market surveillance when we do monitoring or by monitoring real exposure to detect deviation or new risks under actual consumption scenarios. Also, it guides risk-based priority settings. I already mentioned it. And also when we want to define our MLs and acceptable daily intake or tolerable daily intake. So in general, it's a toxicological reference value that are developed by all the expert bodies working with the Codex, such as GECFA, GMPR, and so on. Also, in public health intervention design, when we want to design our strategy, we need to integrate this dietary exposure assessment again. Also, to strengthen risk communication and transparency, it's very important today to have some arguments and to argue all our decisions. So it supports clear evidence-based messaging to consumer and stakeholders. And also it aids in the anticipation of emerging issues. It evaluates safety of innovative products or contaminants before widespread market penetration. So now, what is the approach? How can we plan this dietary exposure assessment? Before, the approach depends on predefined objectives and key factors. Mainly, the purpose of assessment must be established. So some questions must be considered when we are conducting dietary exposure assessment. For example, are we evaluating a new product for approval, or are we responding to contamination events? So this question tells us whether to estimate chronic or acute exposure. Also, the type of substances. So different substances call for different approaches. We can have different approaches depending on what we expect to do and what we want to do by applying this calculation. Duration and concern of exposure. So whether the effect is from long-term or short-term exposure. And also who is exposed. We can't do or calculate exposure without defining first the population or subpopulation concerned by this calculation. And also, and we talked a lot about it, is the data. We have to gather all the data needed to do this. The gather also the others values related to the average contamination of other foods. And then we use the same formula, and we try to gather all this data and to have at least as a result our intake. Here is the last example that I want to show you. It concerns the probabilistic approach. And for probabilistic approach, our output will be a distribution of possible exposure values. And to have this distribution, instead of calculating a single exposure value, we ran many simulations by using, for example, Monte Carlo simulation, where each iteration uses a different set of input samples for realistic distribution. For example, for food intake or contaminant level, or also for body weight. And here in this curve, we have two sides. We have the right side and the left side. In the left side, that represent people with lower exposure. But in the right side, that shows those with higher exposure, for example, for high consumer or for children, for it might be the case of children. And then the risk here is expressed in terms of excess compared to a reference value. If we want to characterize the risk or to see if our toxicology reference value is our exposure is under this value or not. Okay. Now, just in this slide, I wanted to gather all the main important consideration that you should have and you should consider when we want to apply this methodology. First of all, to use conservative fit-for pure sources methods. We have many methods, and these methods will be defined whether your context, what you want to achieve by using this methodology. And also clear objective definitions. It's the context, we have to define it before starting applying this methodology. And also to separate assessment for specific subgroups when needed. Also, country-specific data reporting. We need to use our own data, not to use the data from other countries. It will be not useful for us. And also to have the transparent documentation of models, data sources, assumption. We have to formalize all our approaches in the documentation. And maybe if we go after, we need to refine our calculation, we can find all our assumptions right in this documentation. And now my conclusions or my proposition for the opportunities for our region. First, as you expect, we will talk about generating data. So it's very important for our region to generate data. Also, straighten Codex contributions by submitting national data to conduct exposure estimates. Professor Samuel highlights that if we don't share data, our own data, all the standards that will be developed within the Codex framework will not be represented on our situation. Also, to quantify a risk reduction through intake modeling to inform regulatory decisions. This case, we will discuss more about it during the second day, because we will have an exercise to do in this at this regard. And also to foster regional collaboration on data sharing, joint surveys, and harmonized methods, and to develop technical capacity. That's what we need to have. And actually, within this workshop, we are enhancing our level in conducting dietary exposure assessment, and hopefully to have others workshop related to this subject. And also to improve public health protection by identifying high exposure foods and population at risk. So I think that I finished my presentation. I hope that I give you an idea about this important step in food regulatory system. And I will give the floor to my colleague Amin. He will present you his talk about how to generate occurrence data and the importance of occurrence data. Amin.
Hello, everyone, again. Thank you, Dr. Karima. Thank you, Professor Samuel. So hopefully we set the stage now, right? So the first two presentations were meant to set the stage. Hopefully now we have all the basic knowledge related to our risk analysis framework as a broad framework, but more specifically our risk assessment and more specifically our dietary exposure assessment step, right? So starting from now, done with the generic introductions, and we will dive into our data requirements. And as Professor Samuel introduced and Dr. Karima, we need two types of data mainly, right? So we need our occurrence data, the concentration of chemicals, and we need our food consumption data. So we will have two presentations. This one with me and the second one with Dr. Eli. So I will start by the occurrence data. So we understood well what is occurrence data, but we will try to discuss more specifically the types that we use and the sources of those occurrence data. So that's the intention and the objective of this presentation. So in this presentation, two main ideas. What are the types of occurrence data? And according to the title of my presentation, so I titled it the concentration of chemicals in food. Thank you, Dr. Mustafa. So the concentration of chemicals in food, because as we said, starting from now, our discussion is targeting chemicals and more specifically contaminants, but we will be introducing here also information about different chemicals. And then we will be tackling the different sources of concentration data. We will be speaking about how we can use maximum levels and maximum residue limits as the source of concentration data. We will be speaking about the different sources of those concentration data coming from measured or reported concentration. And we will be starting to introduce briefly the sources, the publicly available databases for those concentrations of chemicals in food. So by the end of this module of our training, hopefully we will be able to identify and select appropriate concentration data for use in estimating dietary exposure to chemicals in food. So our objective is to understand the occurrence data part. Two, differentiate between sources of concentration data, as we said, and types of concentration data. And three, to explain the role and use of publicly available databases in sourcing those concentration data. As we started to introduce, so we may access different types and we may have different sources of those concentration data. So here we're speaking about al-tarakiz, the concentration of chemicals in our food. We might or we will be using different types of data, whether we are targeting chronic or acute dietary exposure. So we will give further examples. The most important thing is to start having the mindset of a consistent and standardized procedure for understanding the data, compiling the data, and submitting the data. That's our main objective, having a consistent and standardized approach. And that is one of the targets of our work. And of course, it will be crucial, and we will be discussing more of these aspects, to consider the quality of our data. And the quality comes from different parameters, among which the importance of the sampling. So we will be discussing the different sampling. When we speak about a targeted sampling or a random sampling, what's the difference here? And what's the impact on our data? And of course, the different requirements and performance coming from the analytical methodology. Why? Because we need to understand the quality of our data, and we need to understand the idea that we will be merging, compiling data coming from different sources and mainly from different analytical methodologies. So before compiling this data, we have to understand whether we can gather this data coming from different sources and different analytical methodologies, and how and why. So that will be the target of a very important presentation by Dr. Eli tomorrow. Now, our concentration data. Let's, starting from now, start to differentiate and separate between two categories of chemicals in food. So we have the chemicals, as we said, which are intentionally added to our food in order to get any technological impact, like additives, like nutrients added in the situations of food fortification, for example. So we add those chemicals. and the situation of residues which remain in the food. They are not perhaps supposed to remain, but intentionally and undoubtedly, we will have certain levels of residues remaining in our food, and their application is intentional and should be consistent with good agricultural or manufacturing practices. So first, this intentionality of adding the chemical. Normally, what we use, we tend to use mean concentrations, average concentrations. So here I'm starting just by introducing the types of data that we use. So these mean concentrations, average values, will reflect average expected concentrations over time. And of course, starting from now, the majority of our discussions will be targeting chronic dietary exposure assessment. So that's the situation we will be more discussing, and that's the situation discussed in Codex proceedings and Codex committees. Normally, for those intentionally added chemicals, the major source of this information comes from the industry, from the manufacturer itself. So when we perform any assessment, we rely on concentration. So here I'm speaking about concentration information. And the situation of additives, of added nutrients, they come from the sponsor, from the manufacturer, from the industrial itself, who developed the use of this additive. They will be compiling this information, among other information for sure, in order to form a full application dossier that will be submitted to GEFA, for example, for the situation of additives, in order to evaluate. So the major source of concentration information here, then what we call in the situation of additives, for example, the maximum use level of additives, comes from the industrial itself. Now, the same situation for nutrients, and the situation where we are adding more nutrients, because nutrients occur naturally in our food, but they can be added also in order to fortify the food. So here we often use mean concentration in the situation of chronic dietary exposure assessments, and we can access these average concentration from composition tables, from labeling, from the manufacturer or the industrial itself. So that's mainly the source of this information. They are declared because they are intentionally added. For the situation of residues, so here we target mainly two types of residues, always pesticide residues and vet drug residues, right? So in the situation of residues, we tend to use median. I will not dive now statistically in why we use median versus mean, because we will have a separate presentation for that. But just to let you know at this level that for the situation of residues, for example, we use what we call supervised trials median residue levels or concentrations for the case of pesticides. And we use the median residues for the case of depletion studies, what we call depletion studies, which are implemented or applied for the case of vet drugs residues. Okay, so from where, what is the source of data? The type of data used here is normally median, excuse me, we can still have average data used. And the source comes from, for the case of pesticide residues, what we call field trials, right? When we are testing the pesticides, we apply field trials at what we call good agricultural practices. And then we do analyze the residues remaining in our crops. So the main source of this concentration, this occurrence data, comes from the field trials. For the situation of vet drugs, those occurrence or concentration data comes from what we call here depletion studies. So we give the drug to our animal, then we follow up over time the depletion of this chemical into a targeted tissue, let's say in the liver, in a muscle, in the kidney, etc. So that's the source here in the case of residues. And now the situation of contaminants, right? So now when we speak about contaminants, we are speaking about unintentionally occurring chemical into our food. So we're not discussing here why it's occurring. So normally for this situation of contamination, we tend to use average concentrations in order to perform the calculations. Why? Because they give a good representation for chronic situations. These mean concentrations, normally they come from monitoring or surveillance data or plans implemented. I'm not detailing more where we use median or mean, but just to tell you that median could be a better statistical representation of the occurrence data. And we will be discussing that more from statistical perspective. And that was the question. The mean, is it always a better measure of central tendency than the median when evaluating concentration data for dietary exposure? So I already answered this question. So in a lot of situations, we have, for now, I will just tell you that we have to pay attention which value to consider, the median or the mean or different types of mean of averages that we can have. So it's very important to understand that. It's not like automatically I will be averaging my data distribution and consider the mean and do my calculations. No. Now, the different sources, as we said, we can have different sources of those occurrence data. As presented by Professor Sam, by Dr. Karima, why not use maximum levels or maximum residue limits in a lot of situations? We're not supposed every time to access real generated new data coming from, let's say, a monitoring and surveillance plan or total diet studies. In a lot of different scenarios, we can just go and use the maximum levels, which are implemented at our national level or which we can source from international databases, the Codex Alimentarius or others. I'm not diving too much now in the different scenarios. We will be discussing that, but just to let you know that MLs and maximum residue limits can be used as the occurrence data. And Dr. Karima gave some tips here. They can be a good representation of a worst case scenario. Let's say we suppose that we have a very good implementation and enforcement of our regulatory provision at the national level, okay? باعتبار إنه we are implementing this maximum level. So normally, in an ideal situation, when we sample a food commodity and we do analyze for this contaminant, بالمبدأ, normally, we should not have concentration above a maximum level, right? Otherwise, this food should not be commercialized. So in a lot of different scenarios, and taking this assumption, I can use the maximum level itself as being the worst case scenario for the occurrence of this contaminant in my food. Let's say I don't have access to monitoring data. So why not having this maximum level value taken into consideration and performing some calculations? So we can use MLs and maximum residue limits. And now, ideally, I should be able to access measured or reported concentrations, right? Coming from, for the case of pesticide residues, coming from supervised trials, as we said. So again, what are the supervised field trials? They are trials designed to determine the maximum residue concentration that may be present in the harvested product at the earliest point at which these commodities could enter commerce as food or feed for animals, and taking into consideration the good agricultural practices. That's the definition of it. But are we let's say we are doing some dietary exposure calculations for chronic situations, okay? Or for acute situations. I will not be using the same representation for my occurrence data. If I'm considering chronic exposures, I will be using the median, for example. Why? Because normally field trials, we don't have a lot of data points when we do field trials. We are limited. Our data set is limited because they are field trials. We cannot generate a lot of data points. So we use median. But let's say we want to do some acute exposures. We will be using the maximum residue occurred, the maximum residue occurrence concentration after those field trials. So you can see the difference here between acute scenarios and chronic scenarios. So for the chronic scenarios, I will go for a median, for a mean value. However, if I'm targeting some acute situations, I will go for the maximum residue level occurring after my field trials. So same for the vet drug residue situation, but here we call them depletion studies, as I said. So they are designed to estimate the formation and depletion of residue, which can be a metabolite, which can be a residue, a certain kind of residue to my initial vet drug I administered to my animal as the marker in normally edible tissues. So normally we have to target some edible tissues in the animal. But in other situations, we target some marker tissues, which are not particularly consumed in certain situations. So we have to pay attention on which data we are using. Again, always with the case of measured or reported concentration. Now, of course, one of the ideal situation is to access data coming from monitoring or surveillance programs. Considering the limitations, we will be discussing some limitations, but just to tell you that here, they are good quality of data for exposure assessments, collected close to the point of consumption. They are somehow more representative than early stage commodity sampling, as the situations we explained. However, we will be discussing some limitations and some bias coming with data coming from a monitoring and surveillance program, because when we implement a monitoring and surveillance program, normally it is for compliance verification. So we have to consider this bias, and we will be discussing that further in upcoming presentations. One very important information, the type of sampling that was implemented. And briefly, we have different types of sampling. When we speak about sampling, we have the notion of what we call sampling plans, right? It's a full statistical knowledge and competency related to the sampling plan situation. But just here mentioning two types that are usually applied in the case of monitoring and surveillance programs, which are the targeted sampling and the random sampling. Just saying, without diving here too much into the statistical definitions of both, but just saying, if I ask you the question, if I'm considering a targeted sampling approach, meaning I will go and I will sample with the full previous information and decision, what is the exact sample I will be taking? That's my targeted situation. Or I'm going and I'm sampling considering the statistical definition of random. Okay, which data coming from which type of sampling is better suitable for the situation of a chronic dietary exposure assessments? What do you think? Coming from a targeted sampling, I'm going and I'm sampling this particular commodity for this particular contaminant because I had this particular situation, or no, I have like I'm doing a certain screening for a particular contaminant, let's say, and taking samples in a random way. Which one is more suitable? The random approach, okay? So of course you have the why. Now, again, as we said, for pesticide residues and for vet drug residues, we will have maximum residue limits. We will have data coming from field trials and depletion studies, but also we can access data coming from monitoring and surveillance programs for this situation. So all this kind of data can be used in order to represent this category of chemicals. Some limitations when we speak about monitoring and surveillance data. If we speak about the methodological, analytical limitations, monitoring is often designed by itself for compliance, okay, for compliance verification. So we will be selecting an analytical methodology which will be able to answer the question of compliance. I will not go for, let's say, more sensitive or more accurate analytical methodology. If I'm just verifying for a compliance, let's say, regarding a certain contaminant having a maximum level in the ppm range, let's say 1 milligram per kilogram or 2 milligram per kilogram or 5 milligram per kilogram, why to go and perform the analysis using an analytical technique which has LODs and LOQs in the ppb range? Do I need them? Normally, no. I will not go and have further sample preparation just for the sake of having more sensitive analytical methodologies. Because here, my main objective is to verify for the compliance according to a standard, to a certain provision, right? So that's a limitation here. My result is biased, starting from here, biased by the performance of the selected analytical methodology. Okay, do we agree? So in other situations, perhaps I will be interested in having lower sensitivities, lower LODs and LOQs. So that's the first level of limitation or bias. In the case of depletion studies for vet drugs, In some situations, they will be very tissue-specific residue occurrences. Perhaps I'm interested in having the occurrence of my vet drug residue in other tissues. Of course, I might have different scenarios and methodologies in order to convert, let's say, a certain residue concentration from a tissue to another tissue, etc. But that will introduce more uncertainty. So that's a limitation in the case of occurrence data coming from those studies. Data gaps and representativeness, that's also a bias here. So monitoring covers only a small fraction of the food supply. And from here, from this limitation, we will understand more the advantages of a total diet study, okay? And the occurrence data coming from a total diet study. So for saying that here, in some situations, they cover small fraction of the food supply. They may miss other residue values affecting acute exposure estimates because we're not interested in those occurrence data. Sampling, as we said, might have a certain targeting information, which is not very well in line with the good representativeness that we're searching for. So a lot of uncertainties should be considered, considering all these different situations of that. The answer, the ideal answer, is to have a total diet study implemented and to have occurrence data coming from a total diet study. So the total diet study will be answering all these limitations. Yes. No worries. So I still have what, 2 slides. Okay, so a total diet study, not diving too much into details. Professor Samuel gave us some information, but just for us to know, here comparing the different qualities of data coming from different sources and the affiliated uncertainties with them. So when we have a total diet study, this is a complementary approach to traditional monitoring and surveillance programs. Through a total diet study, we will be measuring the chemical concentration in food as consumed. So we are removing this bias, okay? Why? Because in a lot of situations, the fact of preparing the food, handling the food could change the occurrence, the concentration level. It's not a big issue because when I'm taking monitoring and surveillance program, I'm in a worst case scenario. That's not an issue. But if I'm aiming to have less uncertainties and more accurate representation of the real situation, analyzing the food as consumed should be the ideal situation, right? It will reflect also real life food preparation. In some instances, I'm peeling the food. In other instances, I'm cleaning, washing the food. I'm cooking the food, okay? I'm removing some parts of the food and leaving other parts which are consumed. Perhaps in other situation, no. I will just be homogenizing the food commodity and analyzing it as it is. Let's say mixing the liquid with the solid part of a can, but in a real life situation, I will be removing the liquid part and consuming just the solid part of the can. So I will be reflecting all of that in a total diet study. I will have a kitchen and I will be preparing my food before analyzing the food. It will account for loss of unstable chemicals and formation of new compounds during preparation. So this situation, this level of accurate occurrence data can only be accessible through a total diet study situation. Provides accurate average concentration of pesticide residues, contaminants, nutrients, other food chemicals. The bias related to the analytical methodology. So in the situation of total diet study, I'm not aiming a compliance verification. That's very important. What I'm aiming is to have the most sensitive and accurate analytical methodology covering all hazards that I identified, I prioritized. So the idea is not to compare the level of I'm getting to a provision in order to say it's compliant or not. The idea starts by defining well my situation, prioritizing what I'm targeting, and then having the most accurate analytical methodology in order to get the most accurate occurrence data, okay? So in this situation, if I say my contaminant is not detected, I'm sure I'm saying not detected comparing to a very low limit of detection. It's not, I'm not saying it's not detected in a compliance situation and my limit of detection is 0.5 ppm. Okay, so if I'm saying here not detected, I'm saying not detected with an LOD of 10 ppb. Okay, so I'm minimizing the uncertainty coming with the fact that I'm saying non-detected or detected. That's just an example. Best suited for chronic dietary exposure, as Professor Sam said, because it's continuous. Normally, when we have a total diet study implemented, it is always continuously updated and implemented. It's not like limited to a monitoring and surveillance program scenario. It is, yes, not suitable for acute exposure because we're averaging, okay? Here we are averaging, we have composite samples that are analyzed. So the information by itself is an average information, not suitable for an acute exposure, but it's very suitable for chronic dietary exposures that we will be discussing. Okay, so that was our introduction for the different sources and types of data. And I tried to organize the information of occurrence data according to the most ideal situation. But can't we use any kind of data accessible? So let's keep in mind that any kind or type of occurrence data available, we can still use it, knowing and accounting for the limitation and expressing those limitations in a very transparent way. But we're not allowed, starting from today and our workshop, we will not allow someone telling us that we don't have data, okay? Or we cannot access data. So of course you have data, of course you can access data. The most important thing is to understand the data we can access. So just briefly, the last slides, when we spoke about MLs and maximum residue limits, from where we can get them? We can get them from a lot of databases. So starting with the Codex databases, right? So we have online databases, and hopefully we will have the online Codex database related to contaminants, which we don't have till now. So for contaminants, we have to go to the text of the standard. But for pesticides, for vet drugs, and for the additives, the GSFA, we have online databases. We have our famous GEMS food database that we will tackle after the lunch. Very important source of information, accessible for everyone. And hopefully you have some national or regional databases. Otherwise, that's our main target with you after this workshop, to help you implement your national occurrence databases. And of course, also all the part related to the food part, the nutrients databases, the food compositional databases. So that's our target. We aim to have this level of databases and information at the national level. So finishing with this question, and we also reply to this question. So why are total diet studies data generally considered superior to routine monitoring or surveillance data for dietary exposure assessment? So which option do you think? A, because they include only raw agricultural product? No, we said total diet study is the food as consumed. B, they reflect actual consumption levels in food as prepared and consumed? Yes. They are collected more frequently than monitoring data? No, they are not collected more frequently. They focus only on contaminants in imported foods? That's not the situation, okay? So here, just to show you the limitations with the monitoring and surveillance situation and the total diet study. So that's it. That's the first introductory presentation related to occurrence. It's very important to manage our data. The data plays a key role. I will not be repeating everything said by Professor Sam and Dr. Karima related to the importance of having our data, our occurrence data, and understanding our data. Okay, so again, our main target is to understand the data and know how to handle this data. And thank you for your attention during this presentation. And we will be finishing our morning set of presentations with Dr. Eli Bouyazbek, who will be presenting to us the second part of our required data, which is the food consumption part. Thank you so much.
Talking just before the lunch is not always the easiest. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the support. Okay. Yeah. So hello again. In this session, we will be talking about the importance of food consumption data for the decision making. During this session, we will be talking about several topics and we will be tackling mainly the main collection methods that we can use in order to generate the food consumption data that we need for the exposure assessment. First of all, and as we know, there is always this challenge between improving things based on data. And as Kelvin said, if you cannot measure it, you cannot improve it. This is why mainly in our life, we need some, let's say, data, and those data should be accessible in order to improve, to change, or even to understand what's happening. And as you can see in the picture, when we talk about food, food includes not only, let's say, calories, not only nutrients, not only, let's say, macro and micronutrients. It includes contaminants and all other, let's say, types of substance that we would like to know about in order to prevent or mitigate their impact on health. As we already mentioned, and we are repeating this again, the main objective or work scope of the risk managers is really to take the appropriate decision based on the, let's say, possible accurate data that should be robust, basically structured data, evidence-based and documented approach. So when we talk about data, it's not only about the availability of data, but also the quality of the data that we are using in order to make the appropriate decision. And again, we would like to say that we are talking about this, let's say, paradigm of risk analysis mainly, and here we are more focusing on the risk assessment part, basically, in this presentation. So what are the prerequisites that we already also talked about? In the part of data, we need the food consumption data, what we are consuming, and the contaminant or the, let's say, level of all types of substance that are present in the food. So what we are going to do now is to focus more on the first part, the food consumption data, and how can we access it. And then the food consumption data, as we already said also, it's usable. We use it in the exposure assessment as part of the risk assessment work. So let's move now to the main objective. So we have the occurrence of food chemicals in food and the food consumption from the other side. And as Dr. Karima mentioned, it's a clear equation that we use in order to calculate the dietary exposure. We need from one side the concentration of this contaminant times the quantity, the amount of food that we consume, and this will lead to have the dietary exposure. And as we said, this is not a generic number. It's very, let's say, specific for each country and each situation, because the concentration and the food consumption are really tailored to each country or each population. I will skip this since Dr. Karima mentioned the way that we can calculate from the consumed quantity to the occurrence data, finally, to get the final exposure, let's say, assessment for the dietary intake that will be needed for the risk assessment. So we consume several products, and from those products, we can generate finally one, let's say, data regarding our exposure assessment. Yes, we are what we eat. And as we already talked and mentioned, people, they eat the same ingredients, let's say, the same components, the same basic food, but in different ways, in different frequency, and even in different, let's say, occasions. I just had in my mind an example of raw eggs. You know, in Japan, there is what we call tamago kake gohan, which is raw eggs that we use it on the steamed or boiled rice. We have in Lebanon what we call eggs brished, which is really raw egg, just coming fresh from the chicken. And from the other side, you have countries where it's not acceptable to eat raw eggs. So the same product, the way of preparation, the way of consumption, or even the frequency will affect, obviously, the exposure to some contaminant or other, let's say, components. So let's start now talking about the method that we can use in order to assess the dietary intake mainly. And also, as Dr. Karima mentioned, the methods are different from what we call general methods to refined estimate or refined methods. So we have several methods that we are going to mention rapidly that goes from very, let's say, broad way to assess what we consume until really specific and refined methods that are more specific and more detailed. Those methods are mainly based on the quality of food that we consume, and this is basically related to the area, to the population, subpopulation. We even know that in the same country, sometimes we eat the same food in a different way from one region to another. Also, those data are based on what we call the preferred approach. And here we have what we call individual approaches, where we assess the individual consumption of food versus the average household consumption. Those data are based on some stratification, let's say, levels such as age, gender, rural, urban, and other, let's say, stratification components. And obviously, we always seek to use a method that can be standardized regarding the consumption calculation, such as the EU menu method or other that we are going to present now. So the type of food consumption data that we can generate are, as we said, can be very general, related to the population in general, through the household based on family consumption, until the individual based methods. And those methods can generate a lot of data that could be obviously of different types, such as food balance sheet. Those are mainly related to the population-based methods. We have the purchase and expenditure records, as well as on the individual level, we have food records survey, 24-hour recall, and the food frequency questionnaire that we are going to tackle in details later on. So if you look at those methods, as you can see, they use several consumption estimates. Some they calculate mean, median, other they can go to percentiles. And they obviously, the food chain level, as you can see, are mainly related to raw, semi-processed products, and on the individual level, we can achieve more the processed level. And this is why when we talk about to assess the food consumption as it is, it's best to assess it in the form that it will be consumed finally by the consumer, and not in the form that it will be purchased, because the method of preparation, as we already mentioned before, can differ from one group to another. So this is a, let's say, general overview regarding the main methods. As you can see, it's a group of methods that we can use. In general, those mainly are individual. Some are, as we said, household level. Other are national, as we said before. And we presented some descriptions, obviously, for this. Some strengthened and limitation, and where we use it mainly in which context or which, let's say, reference to be used. I would like just to highlight, for example, the 24 hours recall. It's an individual method. Obviously, the respondent will give us will recall what they consumed in the last 24 hours. Obviously, it will give actual intake because it's not based on memory. Let's say it's not based on past consumption. It's really the actual one. Obviously, it's one of the limitations that it relies on memory, even for the 24-hour recalls, but also it's not really the best representative method for what we eat in general. Some other methods are more, let's say, covering long-term intake, such as the FFQ, the Food Frequency Questionnaire, and obviously, you know that it's more useful and easy to administer because it's based on, let's say, the frequency of consumption. It's more, it's less precise, and it relies more on memory of how much, how often we consume a certain, let's say, quantity or type of food. We have other methods that are, let's say, less used, such as duplicate diet method. Here, the participant collects identical portions of all consumed food for laboratory analysis. It's a very specific, very accurate method. It's very good for chemical exposure assessment, this method. But as you can see, it's very costly. It needs a lot of cooperation. People need to prepare the same food in two samples to consume one and to send to the lab the other one. Also, as we said, the food balance sheets are more at a national level, where we calculate per capita the food availability based on national supply data, and we consider that what is available is what we consumed. And it's useful for trends and policy planning, but obviously it will not reflect the actual consumption of individual. It gives us more, let's say, general overview about what's happening. So the food consumption data methods are really diversified. We have some are simple, easy, other are more complicated. It's based on the objective and based on the resources that are available, including time, financial resources, or even human resources, because some methods needs more, let's say, resources in general. If we want to recap, let's say, the common application by use case, as you can see, for the exposure assessment to food contaminants, mainly the preferred method are 24 hours recall, duplicate diets, and the GEMS food data that we are going to tackle more during the breakout sessions. For other purposes, as you can see, nutrition intake, it's more for public health nutrition. We have other, let's say, methods that are referred, or even for, let's say, for the occurrence data, we can rely on sources that are more or less different from the others. I already mentioned the EU menu method, which is mainly a methodology that is used to assess basically the food consumption using, for example, 2 times 24-hour recall for adolescent and adults. We use other, let's say, method for children. But what is interesting in this method is that data is collected and is based on detailed food and the beverages and supplements that are consumed. We need to describe the recipe, the way that we prepare the food, not only what we eat, but also how we prepare it, the portion consumed, the quantity, the preparation, as we said, method, the place of consumption, time of consumption, and so on. So this method goes beyond what we are really consuming, but it gives us a general idea about all environmental factors that are more or less related to the objective of our study. We know that most regions of the world had, first of all, a lack in data supporting the level and patterns of consumption food products that are critical for exposure assessment are not always, let's say, available. Also, the geography matter is very important. The food availability, the pattern of food production, and patterns of food consumption are changing with significant impact on risk characterization. And here comes mainly all issues related to urbanization, street food, the consumption of a new food, mainly related to some new hazard, let's say, or new trends in the consumption in general. Where we can find those database, as Dr. Amin mentioned, we have a lot of database that we can rely on to assess the food consumption in general. I presented in this slide a series of, let's say, sources that you can use it, obviously, because the material you will have it later on, as a reference, okay, with the different organization who are issuing those information, the type of data, the coverage, and the main use. So if we say, for example, the GIFT, the Global Individual Food Consumption Tool, okay, so it's a WHO, FAO, let's say, a database that is mainly used for individual level assessment by gender, by age, by food group. And it's used mainly for low and middle income countries. And it assesses the nutrient intakes and the dietary exposure. We have obviously the famous FAO stat, the food balance sheet, that is obviously related to the national food consumption, let's say, food availability, as we said. We have a good, let's say, database for 245 countries or territories, but obviously it gives a macro level food supply and trends. And obviously there is the GEMS, as we said, as a very important reference for food contamination and the consumption data. It's a global one, so it's very important reference, and it's related to the exposure assessment leading to the risk management decisions. So other are represented here, just to say that the major part of those databases are free to access, are available, and can be, let's say, used as a reference whenever you want to answer the question, what are we consuming? Just a short video regarding one of those methodologies. So this is an example, and there is other examples, and we will be using those 2 days to touch more, let's say, database and to work on it. Basically, obviously, we already talked about this part of the principles and methods for the risk assessment, where you can have the dietary exposure assessment for chemicals in food, and there is a part related to food consumption reference. Finally, in my presentation, I would like to present to you a new initiative in the Arab region, introducing the Arab Food Consumption Initiative. This initiative is under the Arab Codex initiative, and with all those, let's say, partners trying to understand really and to build a database related to the food consumed in the Arab region. It was, let's say, it was an initiative that started in Qatar, in Doha, in 2024, early 2024, where the first meeting for experts for the Arab Food Consumption Data Network were there to discuss how can we combine all efforts in the region in order to understand really let's say, the food consumption in our region. So several objectives of this initiative mainly related to create reliable repository for food consumption data representative of the region. Also, we have as another objective to develop agreed upon methodologies. So because we found that methodology to assess food consumption are not really harmonized between countries. And if we want to combine those data, we need really to be sure that there is no difference in the language or the method that we use to assess the food consumption in the Arab region. To develop and maintain the set of enabling tools, basically to use the IT, let's say, as a facilitator to collect all those data and combine the information from all Arab countries. Also, we have other objectives such as to develop training material and capacity building programs also related to food consumption data collection in the Arab region, as well as to develop and maintain a network of experts. And here we would like to invite you, if you are interested, to join this network of experts that are related to or working on the food consumption data in the Arab region. The initial mapping of the Arab food consumption data is already available. We had several sources from different countries related to the food consumption. Obviously, I will not go through it in details, but we have from Saudi Arabia, we have from Bahrain, Oman. We were able to identify several, let's say, national studies and surveys related to food consumption, as well as from other countries like Qatar or even UAE and Lebanon, obviously with the other, let's say, method that were used, as you see for Kuwait, for Palestine, and for Jordan in general. So those data are already available. We are working on harmonizing as we said, the methodology in order to arrive finally to common ground between all Arab countries related to the food consumption. It needs a lot of collective efforts from the universities, from the research centers, as well as the governmental agencies who are involved in assessing the food consumption in general. Finally, as we said in the beginning, if we want to improve it, we need to measure it. But let's say that we cannot measure it. If we want to improve it, we need to measure it accurately, and this will lead to improve it in an efficient way. So as we said, maybe there is a lot of data, but are we sure regarding the quality of this data that is available? This is a big, let's say, challenge to understand what is available, is if it's accurate or not, it's representative, it can lead to good decisions, because as you know, bad data will lead to bad decisions. And that's it for this presentation. Thank you, and I wish you a good time during the lunch. And try during the lunch to assess what you are eating as a part of the exam. Thank you. So I believe now it's time to have lunch for 1 hour in the same restaurant where we had the breakfast. And we'll be back at 2 o'clock, please, sharp. Thank you.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I hope you had a good lunch, and we will be reconvening and starting in 2 minutes. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So please take your seats. We will have still one presentation, one introductory presentation related to the GEMS food database, and then we will be breaking out into our two breakout rooms, and I will give you more explanations and more details in a few. So after our discussions this morning, I hope the stage is set, okay? This afternoon, we will be targeting, as we said, data collection, data preparation, data harmonization, standardization, in the aim of submitting this data or participating or answering data calls. So we'll have a lot of different examples. And as we said, the GEMS food database is mainly the exclusive source of occurrence data that is used by Codex risk assessors. So we have to understand what is this GEMS food database, how we can access this food GEMS database as users, but most importantly, as data providers. So our aim after this presentation is to understand how to use this database as data providers. That's the most important thing, but of course, as data users. In order for us to participate in this data submission effort and endeavor, we have to understand the GEMS food database fields, data fields, and data requirements. Otherwise, our data will be not accepted, okay, at least. So we will be tackling the registration and login, normally how we can register to become data providers. The famous GEMS food template that we will be using in our breakout rooms, or we will be using a similar template in order to collect and organize our data, because we all understood that our data should be organized in a very well consistent and standardized way. And we will be having one example of call for data. Everyone amongst us who work or participate in Codex committees, they always hear about a call for data, right? So we have a call for data, we have a call for data. We have to reply, we have to respond to this call for data. So we will take one example and see that us in the region, we can participate in providing a lot of data. For this module, at the end of this module, we will be able, hopefully, to know how to register for access and set up as a data provider. So to set up a data provider account on the GEMS food platform. We will be reviewing and understanding the requirements in details for data collection and submission using the GEMS food template. And for this particular template, we will be relying on the famous document I introduced for you that was recently adopted by CCCF 18. All technical information can be found in this document, but what we're trying to do in this training is to facilitate the understanding of this technical information. And know that we have to participate and be more active in responding to calls for data issued by the GEFA Secretariat, at least related to contaminants. So what is this GEMS food database? And Dr. Eli spoke a bit about it also as a source of consumption data. And here we will be speaking more about it as a source of occurrence data. So this is the Global Environment Monitoring System. That's the GEMS, GEMS, Food Contamination Monitoring and Assessment Program, which is commonly known as the GEMS food. And since 1976, it informed governments, the Codex Alimentarius Commission, and its scientific subsidiary or advisory bodies, such as the risk assessors, JMPR and GEFA, as well as other relevant institutions and the public. So this database is publicly accessible. But the most important thing, we have to understand how to feed this database, how to participate as data providers. That's the interface, the famous GEMS food interface. So if you go simply to Google and you add GEMS food database, you can access right away this landing page on the WHO website. So right away, if we check this interface or this page, we can see that we can filter. We have several levels of filtering that we can use in order to select our data. So just by looking at this page, we can start understanding that when submitting our data should be well classified and well organized. Otherwise, we cannot filter the data in order to be able to use it, okay? So here, if we're using the search option, I am using the data here, and I want to search for a data, at least I will have to indicate some filters, right? So I will be indicating, for example, the WHO region. So that's my geographical indication. I will, let's say I'm doing a study and I will need data coming from a particular region, and WHO has a geographical classification and distribution of regions or countries in different regions. I will be picking or selecting the contaminant, right? I'm aiming to have data related to lead, to cadmium. And then we see that we have a certain classification of our food. So that's what we call the food mapping. And we will be discussing further the importance of mapping our food. نحن بحاجة أن ننظم all indications related to the food and related to the contaminant itself. So as you can see here, we're saying that we have at least to select what is called a food category, which is the first level of classification, the broad classification. And then we have a second level of food classification, which is called here the food name. And we will be working a lot on that during our afternoon. And if you click on this link, okay, this link will redirect you to the homepage of the GEMS food database, where also you can find a lot of material. So we have introductory PDFs, and you can find all the information that I will be introducing here. Not speaking a lot about the food consumption part, but just to tell you again and to repeat the information that was presented by Dr. Eli, GEMS food has also food consumption data accessible, and they have geographical divisions and distribution of countries according to different WHO regions. And here you can see the different, what we call diet clusters. So we have 17 cluster diets. And when we will be accessing food consumption data through GEMS, this food consumption data will be representative of cluster diets or an association of countries. But that's not our objective here to speak more about consumption data. So we will skip this information and dive in the part related to the occurrence data. Now, first, it's very important to register. Okay, so I invite you to register as a user of the GEMS food database. It doesn't mean that we are obliged to have an account. You can access now right away the GEMS food database as a simple user, and you can filter the data, and you can download even the data as Excel templates. You can have that. But whether using the database or submitting data to the database, it's more interesting to have an account, because having an account will provide you access to different level of features and options. Now, how to have an account? It's not like a simple thing and you will connect and sign up. No, you have to send a request to the GEMS food administrator. Okay, so it's normally the idea is to have an official account for the competent authority or for the country, and this official account or this official data manager for the country or for the institution will be communicating with the GEMS food database. Not anyone can go to the GEMS food database and upload data. Okay, so data providers should first register and create a WHO login, address and password through sending an email giving more details about the institution, you are representing which institution, why it is important for you to become a data provider, why it's important for you to become a data provider and have access to the GEMS food database. Okay, so through sending an email to the following address you see here, gems_food@who.int. .int. The institution owning the data should provide the GEMS food administrator with contact details to have it listed as a collaborating institution. Once logged in to the database, the user will have access to the famous Excel template that you can use in order to organize, fill your data, and submit the data to the GEMS food database, okay? So I'm speaking here from both perspectives. As a user, فقط كمستخدم للبيانات, أو as a provider of data, it's important and interesting to have an account, but again, not everyone will have an account. Okay, so it should be sent through an official request in order to have an account created. And we can understand why, because it's a very important database. Not anyone will have the possibility to upload data to it. Once we connect to this database, we will be accessing what we call templates of data. I will not here give further details because I will be detailing that in the upcoming slides and through the breakout rooms, but just for you to know that we have Excel templates that we will be using in order to upload our data as a bulk set of data, or we can introduce our data individually one by one. And as you can understand that the best way to do that is to have like a template and upload our data as a bulk system, because normally we have thousands of data points to be shared and uploaded. So it's through an Excel template, an Excel system. Now, a few important words about this food mapping. We want to submit our occurrence data. Again, what is our occurrence data? Simply the concentration. Okay, I'm submitting the concentration of a certain contaminant. Okay, how to submit it? How to give the information related to the food commodity? As you can also imagine, it's very important to classify and to give the needed information related to our food commodity, right? Because all our assessment and my assessment afterwards will rely on the understanding also of my food commodity. And then I will have to link it with its consumption, etc. So I will need to have a clear information related to the food commodity itself. That's why the GEMS food database has a 2-level classification system. And it's already mapped, or the the famous FoodX2 classification at the European level is already mapped and taken into consideration into the WHO or the GEMS food classification. What is this classification? I have the concentration of lead in a certain herb, okay? Or a certain spice, or a certain mixture of spices, or a certain vegetables, raw, legumes, frozen, powder, dried. I need to give the needed specifications related to the food, right? So that's the food mapping exercise that we have to standardize. We cannot adopt different systems of food mapping. That's why it's very important for the country to start by setting its food mapping system. And we will discuss furthermore about this information. So for the GEMS food system, it's a 2-level classification. The first level, what is called the WHO food group, corresponds to 23 broad categories usually reported in food consumption surveys, plus 1 category for feed. So here we're speaking about the first level of food mapping, the broad category. Okay, let's say cereal and cereal products. It's the broad category. But is it enough to categorize my food commodity? It's not enough. I need to give further details. So I will be using a second level called the WHO food identifier, which corresponds to the detailed food descriptors used in the Codex Alimentarius committees and to foods, giving more indication. Let's say wheat. Okay, so I had cereal and cereal-based products. The second level, I will be giving the name of my food, but according also to a standardized food classification. And we will see together that the GEMS food template gives also a third field called in order for us to give even more information about the food. So I can go even for a 3-level categorization system. I can give you the example that we had to deal with recently related to ready-to-eat peanuts. Okay, within the CCCF and Codex, we have this very well-known classification. We have for further processing, and we have ready to eat. So they requested a 3rd level of indication and information in order for the GEMS administrator to understand whether this food commodity is ready to eat, and in order to have this level of specifications, okay? So we can go even for a third level of indications. So that's our food mapping. We will be doing 1.5 hours exercising on that. And it's important to know for you who knows the FoodX2 food mapping, that FoodX2 communicates with the GEMS food mapping, okay? We cannot have at national or regional or international level completely different systems of mappings. We need to have food mapping that can communicate in order for us to be able to combine our data. That's exactly what I was saying, okay? So when you connect to this GEMS food database, what we will be doing this afternoon, you will see that, for example, in the broad group, I can select alcoholic beverages, animal feed, cereal and cereal-based products, composite food, drinking water, eggs and egg product. That's the general first layer classification. Then when I select one of the classifications, I will have another list. For example, if I select the cereals and cereal-based products, then I will have to select, is it bread and other cooked cereal products, buckwheat, maize, etc. So I'm giving more specifications. And here you can see that I have two interesting categories. The first one, cereal grains in capital letter. You can see it. So I have cereal grains in capital letter, and I have cereal and cereal-based product with NES with it. Okay, NES is not elsewhere specified. How do we use that? Okay, let's say I have a result, I have a data, I know that it is a cereal and cereal-based product, but I have no other information. I know that it belongs to the group, the broad group of cereal and cereal-based product. You remember what we said? We can use any data that we have. We will not throw any data, but we will have to understand the limitations and the uncertainties coming with the data. Let's say I have a certain data stating that it's cereal and cereal-based product. I will not throw it away. The second level of indication, because I don't have any more information about it, I will select cereals and cereal-based products, NES, not elsewhere specified. It means that I have a result for a food commodity. I don't know which one. It could be maize, it could be wheat, it could be other baked products belonging to this group category, but I will not throw this data away because in some instances, perhaps I'm fixing limits or provisions for the broad category. So I will be using this information. I don't need more information, okay? We're good? So if I have a result, like I have the lead concentration for a food coming from this group, I can select here, as we said, the cereal and cereal-based product, NES. Now, if I know that it belongs to the cereal and cereal-based products, and I know the food commodity, but the food commodity doesn't exist in this list. It's not here. For example, za'atar. You will not find it here. Okay? So what I will give it as an indication, I will use the capital letter thing. Okay, so I will be using the capital letter identifier for the second level of classification. So in all situations, and then I can use the third field, as I said, which is normally consecrated to give more details in order to say it's za'atar. Okay, and here, since I'm adopting a very strict, concise, and standardized way, the data manager and the data user can use easily this data and understand that this concentration comes from this food commodity. Now, let's dive into the different fields of this GEMS food template. So these are the requirements for my data. If I want to submit data, I need at least to have the majority of this information, and you will see for some requirements they are optional, some other requirements they are mandatory. So let's start with that. So of course we have, for example, a field titled local food identifier. It's a free text. Serial number of the record. It's a free text. Let's say these are numbers or serial numbers to indicate this, to give more information about this data point. Then submitting country, region, is it a Codex observer or a member country? So we will have a drop-down menu, and we will select the country, right? When you submit your data, you have to tell me this data is representative of which country or which region. Or I am an observer. I'm not a member country, but still I'm submitting data. Then we have to indicate the contaminant. Okay, we will have a drop-down list and we will be selecting, let's say we have lead, we have cadmium, etc. Then we will have the food origin, which is a drop-down menu stating, for example, that the food is locally produced, imported, unknown. That's another layer of information that we need in our dietary exposure assessment. I need to understand my food, is it imported or locally produced? Sampling date, okay? When the sample was taken, I have to give a year. You remember we said in a lot of situations, we have to know exactly the year of this result. Sample representativeness. I have a drop-down menu also giving information about the sampling plan. This result comes from a targeted sampling, or it comes from a random sampling, or I don't know. A lab identification. So I can give here more indication about my lab, my institution, the institution submitting the data. And you can see always if this level of information is mandatory for the GEMS food or it's optional. Then, of course, we have to provide information related to the analytical quality assurance for the data, right? So I have the field analytical quality assurance. We will be selecting here from a drop-down menu. So when you have your Excel, you click, you have a drop-down menu. And I will say that my lab has an internal quality assurance, let's say. Or we successfully participate in some proficiency testing. Or we are an officially fully accredited lab. So we have to inform the GEMS food about the level of our quality assurance. Then measurement units. And believe me, if we review the most frequent error affiliated with the submitted data, unfortunately, they are linked to the units of the result submitted. We have a lot of errors, so pay attention, please, about the units. Is it a milligram per kilogram, or is it a microgram per kilogram? Or nanogram per kilogram, but normally for the GEMS food results, they will be milligram per kilograms, ppms, or micrograms per kilograms, ppps. Then, the famous limit of detection and limit of quantification. They will ask us to provide the limit of detection and limit of quantification. However, ideally, it's very important and interesting to have both, okay? And we will have further details about that because we will be substituting the non-detects when you submit your data, right? You will have a lot of data points saying that non-detected, right? Or non-quantified, or below the limit of quantification, which is different. When I start doing my calculations, I have different scenarios that we will be detailing tomorrow. One of them is to replace the text non-detect by 0 or by the value of the LOD. So in order for me to do that and have both options, not only replacing the non-detected by 0, but having also the option of replacing the non-detect by the value of LOD, you need to submit the LOD. Okay? But in case we're not submitting LOD, at least it is mandatory to submit the LOQ. We cannot work with a data set not having the LOQ. Okay, that's the minimum mandatory requirement. The difference between LOD and LOQ, the LOD is the limit of detection, which is the lowest or smallest concentration, starting from which we can say that we can detect our contaminant, and we are sure that it is different from the noise of the analytical method. And the limit of quantification is the lowest concentration, starting from which we can say that we can quantify our contaminant. We can give it a quantitative value with an acceptable error. That's the definitions. So if it's very important to understand what is LOD, what is LOQ. If you are handling the data, you cannot handle the data if you cannot differentiate between what is LOD and LOQ and understand it deeply. Then results based on, that's also a very important information. Normally when we provide the results, are they based on dry weight? Or this is a result based on fresh weight or as consumed? So you have to tell us. This is a result, a concentration based on dry weight calculations. And here we will have a factor completely different than a result presented on the basis of a fresh weight or as consumed. Portion analyzed, state of the food analyzed, is it cooked, raw, unknown, frozen? Then the result itself, so the concentration of my contaminant. Then is it coming from an individual sample? It is an individual data point result or coming from a pool of results? So you aggregated some data points, you calculated an average, and you're submitting the average. It's important for us to understand. It's an individual data point or it's a result coming from a pool of results. Confidentiality of data, whether the data is confidential or not. And this is to tell you that you can still submit even confidential data and saying that your data is confidential. So they will use it without disclosing the data, etc. Okay? And further information, the country of production. So we have the country from which we sampled our food, but if we have the information about the country of production of the food, it's always also interesting to have it. It is not mandatory, okay? It is not mandatory, true. The country, region of origin of raw materials, product type. So you can see sampling location in the production chain, the principle of methods of analysis. So you have to indicate, is it an ICP-MS method? It's an AA method for heavy metals, etc. So you can see the level of information the template requires to submit. Of course, we will be discussing and having your questions and everything during our breakout rooms, but this was just to introduce for you this GEMS food template that we'll be using in our breakout room. So finally, when you connect to the GEMS as a user here, not as a data submitter or provider, as a user, you will be able to access all this information, okay? You can use different filters, and then you will select, let's say, a certain kind of residue or heavy metals, etc. And you will be accessing the result that can be also exported as an Excel. So if you need it, you can export it and you can use it. And finally, I will finish this presentation by this idea of calls for data. So the ideal situation for us is to understand this template, know how to use it, but please disclose your data. Disclose your results, okay? Let's start do this exercise. Understand the importance of sharing our data. And again, when you look at all the information required with the data, there is no particular confidential information to be submitted. We're not requesting the brand of the food. We're just requesting and waiting for the concentration and everything that will give me more information about this food. Okay? It is a disclosable information, right? معقول يكون في شيء ما بقدر أنا أكون عم شاركه? So it's important to share this data, and you understood why from the presentations, in order to have our situation represented in the setting of this maximum level, since we're speaking about this maximum level. Now, I will give you one example. One of the last calls for data, okay, that was published by GeForce. It was a request for data on total aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts, okay? And it was one of the most important topics we worked on with the Arab community. Let's look on the requirements, okay, when you connect to this call for data. So please, I encourage you to connect to the page. You have the link. And you will see the different calls for data published by the GeForce Secretariat or other WHO agencies. And they will be requesting experts also. Why not you being experts? Okay, so now there is a lot of calls for experts and calls for data. So if we check the requirements when reading this or clicking on this call for data, they will tell you, for example, CCCF 17, which is last year's Codex Committee on Contaminants in Food. The last year's session, CCF 17, agreed to request the GeForce Secretariat to issue a call for data. So the risk manager is requesting the risk assessor to share a call for data on total aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts. So why total aflatoxins? So it's the sum of the 4 aflatoxins, because here we're setting an ml. We were setting an ML for total aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts. So in order for us to submit usable data, we have to submit all information that will allow CCCF or the electronic working group to differentiate between ready-to-eat peanuts and peanuts for further processing. And we have clear definitions for that. Okay? Through what we will be providing this information? Through appropriate food mapping. If we respect the food mapping, our GEMS administrator will be able to say that this data point corresponds to ready-to-eat peanuts, not to for further processing, or I don't know. So they are saying we are therefore requesting submission of new data or resubmission of data on total aflatoxins in ready-to-eat peanuts, data, and here they are starting to give you more information, data on occurrence of total aflatoxins for the last 10 years. So time trend of my data. Data collected with methods with LOQ of 4 microgram per kilogram or below. So any data point with no LOQ will be rejected. Any data point coming from an analytical method having an LOQ above 4 ppb will be rejected. So we have to really understand and have the information related to our analytical methodology, right? So we have to have good communication between the data provider. So hopefully, the data provider is our lab. But in case the data provider is not our lab, at least having good communication between the person providing the data and the lab generating the data. Because we need more information. I need to understand, okay? Data on ready-to-eat peanuts for which it can reasonably be assumed that at least 90% or more of the food item consists of peanut and no more than 10% is flavor, condiments, coatings, and additives. So they are giving me very strict specification. My food should be constituted of more than at least 90% peanut and should be ready to eat peanut. And you can give me plenty of examples of ready to eat peanuts products, right? WHO will be compiling data for the GEFA Secretariat. All new data must be uploaded in the GEMS database. So our only exclusive database should be the GEMS food database to submit the data. In some situations, they might accept that you communicate directly with the chair of the electronic working group, for example. But that's not the ideal situation. The ideal situation, it's not one person to another person communication, is to follow the appropriate procedure of submitting data to the GEMS food database. Okay? Yes, Dr. Hadi. Yes. About what? No, what do you mean exactly by size of the sample? In order. No, normally they require the sampling plan that you used, and they require from you to tell them that this data point corresponds to one sample. So I had the result coming from one sample, but how you sampled, okay, you just give an information about the sampling plan or coming from an average of different. It's an aggregated sample. Yes. Yes. Look, normally the data cannot be misused in the situation of Codex. Exactly, but if we take our national situation, okay, and I'm submitting this data in order for my national situation or condition be represented, it will be the contrary. If I submit my data, I will have less restriction because the ML that it is developed will be taking into consideration my data. If I do not submit my data, this situation I might have problems. Okay, I will give you an example. If I have a call for data, okay, for ready-to-eat peanuts or peanuts for further processing, right? And you are a big producer of peanuts for further processing. If you do not submit your data, they will be developing the ML without taking into consideration your production, and you are a big producer, then you will be facing a lot of problems, perhaps. However, if you submit your data when developing the ML itself, they will be considering your values in the development. That's what we will be discussing tomorrow. So sharing the data will be more important for you regarding this, okay? However, about the confidentiality of the data, you can say that my data is confidential. So they will use it within the electronic working group proceedings, but a simple user cannot access it, okay? It will be hidden from a simple user, but they will be used. But always, there is absolutely no situation where sharing your data will create for you. Actually, if you do not share, you risk having problems. That's the rule of thumb of it. Okay, but we can have further discussion about particular scenarios. Yes, please. But let's have a microphone. Okay, because I finished my presentation, so let's take a few minutes.
Thank you. Just I have a question.
Yes, please.
This kind of supply chain data, if I understand it concerns only contaminants, not pesticide and drug.
No, you can submit residues using the same process.
But residues, for example, for pesticide, it comes from the fields.
Absolutely. So normally, as we said, the pesticide comes from field trials, but you can still submit data coming from monitoring and surveillance plots.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Yes, please, but let's use the microphone.
So, okay, to answer him about the sampling techniques, usually we face a lot of problem when we what we should apply as a sampling plan, but it's related to the size of the lot. If you want to make a sampling from a sheep or a sampling from a warehouse, but I think the big problem is related when we do sampling on from field. So we just know the space area, the cultivated area, and then we apply a randomized sampling. So sampling, usually we adopt many documents from Codex and from European Union Commission to have a representative sampling, because we should have responsibility when we apply data on contaminants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarifications. Absolutely. So the sampling, and as we're discussing, the sampling approach could bias my result. But in all situations, I will still be able to use my result, but being transparent and disclosing the limitations coming with my results, okay? So even in the GEMS food database, if you indicate that your sample is targeted, and as we said, targeted sampling will not provide results occurrence data which is representative, but at least say it. Okay, you will say, and I will use it in the framework. Okay. Yes, Dr. Karia.
معلومات أخرى إضافية حول السؤال الذي تم طرحه على في هل هناك بيانات يمكن يعني to exclude them within the Codex working group. فهذا ممكن لأن البيانات فكما تم الإشارة إليه خلال يعني العروض التقديمية، فلازم تكون البيانات يعني with good quality، وحتى يجب أن هذه البيانات يتم يعني يعني تدوينها في المنصة بشكل صحيح، لأن في بعض الحالات إذا كنتم قد طلعتم على يعني الريبورت المقدم من طرف الوركينج جروب، في بعض الأحيان بعض البيانات يتم يعني رفضها، some data are excluded from the database، وذلك راجع لأن ال quality of data is not good، أو أن هناك miss of information related to this data. إذا كان the name is not mentioned يعني with the right way، أو هناك يعني LOD or LOQ are not mentioned. So كل هذه يعني الجوانب الهامة المتعلقة بالداتا لازم أن تكون مدونة في المنصة حتى يتم استعمالها من طرف يعني الكودكس في عدة يعني أشغال، مثلا في تحديد الحدود القصوى.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Karima. So please, let's have some microphones. And here, actually, we're preparing our breakout rooms, okay, through these questions.
شكرا دكتور أمين للعرض السريع بتاع حضرتك. أنا بس استكمالا لكلام دكتور كريمة، أنا ليا سؤال. هل لازم في كل بلد يبقى فيه فوكال بوينت أو حد مسؤول هو اللي يرفع الداتا على الجيمس فود، ومين اللي هيقدر يتحقق لي من صحة البيانات دي؟ زي ما حضرتك قلت إن أهم حاجة كواليتي أوف داتا. مين هيقدر يقول في كل جهة إن الداتا دي valid إن أنا أستخدمها من أي جهة؟ شكرا.
Thank you for your question. You know, that's the ideal situation. At least first, إذا بدنا نبدأ نقاشنا بهذا الموضوع we need to have a national database, right? The starting point is to have a national program in order to collect the data, to compile the data, to organize the data and having it ready to be submitted. من هون لازم نبدأ. And when we have a database, we should have a database manager, a management team, administrator, okay? So normally that's the ideal situation, having someone or a team or a group of people administrating a database. So this database should follow approximately similar templating, providing this kind of standardized information. And this team will have an account with the GEMS food database, and this team will be responsible of uploading or for uploading and presenting the data. So what you're saying is absolutely true. That's the ideal situation. And the persons administrating the data, they will have the role of checking and preparing the quality of the data and checking the sources of the data from the country, okay? So they will be communicating with the different stakeholders and different data providers, trying to compile this data, checking do like a first check on the quality of the data before submitting it, okay? But then the GEMS food administrator team will be checking also on the data for any obvious errors or discrepancies, and they will be rejecting or recommunicating with the team. So of course we need a focal point. Okay, exactly. WHO Codex, they work with the same idea and with the same principles. We need to have a focal point. So that's the ideal situation. But then about the quality, we will have further discussions. But the idea, when you check the proceedings of the committees, you will find that they will be working with different levels of quality of data. Okay, depending on the situation, depending on the risk management situation. So in some instances, we will have some examples. They will be accepting some data, knowing that this data is biased in a certain situation. In other situation, no, they will be requiring like the highest accuracy related to the data. So the management thing that they will be doing, but it should be disclosed, clear, transparent, all limitations related to our data. Okay? So we will have 1 hour and 30 minutes of discussions related to the data. So we will be breaking now. We will having 2 breakout rooms. And our main discussion now will be how to extract the data, understand the quality of the data, and organize it into this famous template. Okay, that's our exercise. If we do understand and know how to do that, it means that we are now ready to provide the data. Okay, that's our target for this afternoon. So for that, we will be breaking into 2 breakout rooms. The first breakout room, the breakout room A, or the color is orange, right, will be with me, right next door here, okay? The second breakout room will be with Dr. Karima and Dr. Mustafa, the color green color, yes, and the room بآخر الممر, okay? بآخر الممر. So let's break for 1 hour, 30 minutes, and then we will go back here. We will have a break, and then we will go back here to sum up our day. Thank you so much. And prepare your questions now. Okay, let's have an engaging breakout rooms.
دكتور إيلي.
It's on our side, collaboration and
Test.
Test. Testing one.
Okay. So وين اتفقنا تعلمين من كم لليوم الأول باستعراض ملخص لما تمت مناقشته خلال الجولتين يعني I don't know practical how to say that التطبيقية ربما you know لاستخراج البيانات ولبداية تحليلها. فسنبدأ بالفريق الأول، فريق A، والذي هو الذي كان يعني في الفريق البرتقالي أعتقد. وسترون أن هناك تسلسل في الأفكار يعني بالنسبة لاختيار المتحدث باسم كل فريق. إذن ممثلة من مملكة البحرين مهندسة فاطمة تم اختيارها من قبل الفريق الأول لتقديم العرض أو لتلخيص ما تم، والأستاذة نعيمة. إذن والدولة المستضيفة يعني مملكة البحرين وسلطنة عمان لتقديم الملخص لما تم التوصل إليه من خلال عمل الفريق الأول.
بسم الله. طبعا كان الاكسرسايز اليوم هو استخراج بعض المعلومات من خلال تمبلت معين يحتوي على بعض العناصر، فنستخرج هذه المعلومات من ورقة علمية منشورة publish paper، وطبعا يحتوي على عدة معلومات منها اسم العين، اسم العينة، يعني اسم العينة اللي تم أو نوع المنتج اللي تم استخدام يعني تحليله علشان يتم استخراج منه بعض البيانات. وكنا مركزين على الهيفي ميتال، وطبعا تم توزيع العناصر الهيفي ميتال اللي هي الكادميوم والليد والارسنيك على مجموعات، وكل مجموعه باستخراج هذه البيانات. التمبلتس للاسف ما معروض، وكان ممكن نعرض التمبلتس، وكان يحتوي التمبلت على عده عناصر منها الجروب والسب جروب، او طبعا الكود اللي موجود في WHO والتصنيفات يعني اللي صنف WHO لهذا المنتج معين او هذا الجروب المعين من المنتج الغذائي. فطبعا كان احنا بالنسبه لنا الاكسرسايز عن العسل يمكن كان اسهل شويه، لان العسل تصنيفه معروف السويتنرز، وهو يندرج تحت سب جروب اللي هو الهني. وعنده كود معين تقريبا مال 11.2 or something like that WHO كود. فطبعا من ضمن البيانات المطلوبة عشان نستخرجها LOQ LOD. وطبعا خلال هذه الورقة مع أنها كانت الورقة جدا قوية إلا أن ما استطعنا نحصل على المعلومات اللي هي تخص LOD و LOQ، ولكن استطعنا نحصل على باقي المعلومات مثل standard deviations, the limit of the result, the range of the result. هذه المعلومات كلها استطعنا أن نحصل فيها. طبعا الدكتور أمين ما قصر، قال إن المفترض إن احنا ننتبه عندما ناخذ البيانات ونحللها إيش معنى الستاندرد ديفيشن، هل هو عبارة يمثل أنواع عدد العينات أو أنه يمثل الريبيت مال كل عينة. فهذه المعلومات الواحد لازم إنه ينتبه ليها عندما يأخذ المعلومات من هذه الورقة.
بالنسبة إلى طريقة استخلاص البيانات من news articles أو articles scientific articles، كان الغرض من الموضوع أن احنا نطلع المعلومات من يسمونه يعني articles منشورة، ونختار شنو الارتكل اللي مناسب بحيث أنه يكون البيانات المنشورة فيه قابلة للاستخدام ضمن سامبل معين اللي هو أو تمبلت معين خاص GAM حق الفود. طبعا اللي التمبلت اللي معد هو معد من قبل الجيفورس، ولكن هناك تمبلت آخر يعتمدون فيه يكون فيه تشيك ليست نقدر ان احنا نستخلص منها. الغرض من الموضوع أن كل دولة عندها الكثير من الارتكلز اللي قاعدة تنشر من قبل الجامعات، فهذا عبارة عن داتا كبيرة جدا ويست وما قاعدة نستخدمها احنا في دولنا العربية، وبمقدورنا ان احنا ندخل في هذا المضمار بحيث انه تكون اي legislation يتم اعتماده في الكودكس او تشريع يتم وضعه يكون representative لكل الدول. فمن حيث جميع البيانات ذكرتها الأخت نعيمة،
تم تقسيمنا مثل ما قالت إلى تقريبا 6 جروبات. كل جروب مسك هذه مثل معين. استخدمنا الارتيكل لاستخلاص جميع المعلومات اللي موجودة فيه. فكان المفروض أن يمكن الغرض من دكتور أمين يشوف شلون كل جروب يقدر يطلع نسرتنوي المعلومات بطريقة مختلفة في بعض الأحيان، لأن هم هيومن، فكل شخص قاعد يطلع على حسب فهمه. فاللي كنت أنا أتمنى مثلا أنه يكون في شيء مو يعني القائمة تكون الدروب ليست تكون تسهل لكل اللي قاعدين يسوون تحليل البيانات أو يستخلصون البيانات، راح تكون أسهل لو كان دروب ليست، وراح يكون كل الجروبات راح تحصل على نفس المعلومات بدون أخطاء بدون. فحبيت أشكر دكتور أمين، كان شرحه جدا وافي ومفيد، وأتوقع أن كل الدول المفروض أن تبدي يعني المفروض تبدأ تستلم.
شكرا جزيلا. ربما قبل أن تغادروا، يعني أولا الشكر الجزيل على الملخص الوافي وأيضا على العمل الجيد الذي تم القيام به. ربما استشارتكم حول بعض العناصر ذات الأهمية، يعني من حيث أولا يعني من خلال عرضكم استنتجنا أنه لما يقال ليس هناك بيانات من قبل جهات حكومية، أن هناك ربما مصادر بيانات يمكن الاعتماد عليها من دون أن تكون مصادر تم إعدادها أو تطويرها من قبل الجهات الحكومية نفسها، وهي يعني عبارة عن منشورات علمية يمكن الاعتماد عليها. لكن على حسب ربما ما قمتم به، هل هناك يعني توصيات ممكن أن تقوموا بها من خلال عملكم هذا بالنسبة لجهة حكومية تريد أن تستخرج هذه البيانات، لكي مثلا لو أخذنا مثال أنه الكودكس هيئة الدستور الغذائي قامت بطلب ل يعني إدلاء ببيانات لأحد من دولكم، وأنتم اعتمدتم على ورقة علمية من مثل الورقة التي قمتم بدراستها، هل هناك عناصر معينة يجب أن تنتبهوا إليها لكي تستخرجوا البيانات أو لكي حتى تعتمدوا على هذه الورقة النقاشية؟ هل هناك مثلا يعني عناصر ذات أهمية التي من دونها تقولون لا هذه الورقة لا يمكن أن أعتمد عليها، يعني أهمشها، لكن من دون نشر آخر علمي يعتبر نشر علمي مقبول؟ فهل ممكن أن تعطوا بعض التوصيات للزملاء من خلال عملكم؟ وطبعا السؤال مفتوح أيضا للزملاء الذين شاركوا في هذا العمل.
علمية محكمة، هذا جدا مهم.
Okay, so peer reviewed، يعني peer reviewed journal. Okay, excellent.
نوع المجلة اللي تم نشر فيها.
Okay، يعني نوع المجلة. نعم. Okay.
مجلة أصلا تنشرها، هذا
Okay.
جدا مهم.
يعني reputation بتاع المجلة نفسها إلى غير ذلك. Okay.
يعني احتمال بعد أن الرو data if it is available it will be better أن احنا to extract it instead of reading all the articles.
Okay.
صح. صح.
Okay.
عندنا بعد أيضا بعض لاحظنا أن مثلا قاعدين يستخدمون مثلا average، فالaverage شوي يكون صعب، فإذا كان each individual حق كل element يكون أفضل.
يعني إذا كان ليس هناك aggregated data، وإذا كانت الداتا تكون at the individual level، وإلا إذا كانت المنشورة، يعني هناك practice جديدة حاليا، يعني ممارسة جديدة نراها في المنشورات العلمية، هو أنه يتم نشر المعلومة العلمية in an aggregated fashion، يعني يقومون بإعداد الميديان يعني يقومون بتحليل statistical analysis بتاع الداتا، ولكن في نفس الوقت يضعون الرا داتا ك added document يمكن الاعتماد عليه. فهذا يمكن أن يكون من ضمن الأشياء التي تجعلكم تختارون مثل هذه المنشورة. ربما أشياء أخرى مدققة فيما يخص الطريقة التحليلية نفسها والمعلومة المتعلقة بالطرق التحليلية.
كان سيرتيفايد ابروفل accreditation، هذا طريقة الاختبار، نوع الجهاز المستخدم. يعني لو مثلا كان عندنا الهيفي ميتال استخدموا الانبعاث الذري او اللي هو يسموه اتوميك ابزوربشن، ولا استخدموا ICP-MS، فافضل اني اروح على الحال ICP-MS، او مثلا LC افضل اروح LC-MS. فيعني هذه بعض من ضمن يعني النقاط اللي الواحد يهتم فيها اثناء اختياره للاوراق العلميه. بالاضافه طبعا الى طريقه الاختبار من وين جات، هل هي اصلا من AOC وطبعا ابروف او لا، او هي جات من مجرد يعني مثل ما تقول احنا نسميها هوم ميد ميثود. فهذه من ضمن هذه الاشياء اللي المفروض ان ننتبه عليها اثناء اختيارنا للاوراق العلميه.
اوكي، ثانك يو. هناك بعض الاضافات من الزملاء.
أنا راح أضيف شوية، هو اللي قالته الكل طبعا أكيد هو أشياء أساسية هنا، لأنه إحنا راح نعتمد على الداتا بشكل يعني أساسي لبناء موقف وطني أو إقليمي وموقف أكيد عربي. فالسامبلينج ميثود يمكن مهمة جدا، خاصة تعطي مصداقية من ناحية النتيجة الإجمالية، حتى نقول إنه بنسبة كذا وبنسبة كذا. يعني لازم مهم جدا، مش نقول حاجة إنه هي 100% يعني لازم نكون ضمن المواصفات اللي هي تبع رفع العينات، ولكن على الأقل يتم ذكرها ونعرف بالضبط يعني كيف تمت رفع العينات أو عددها. كل ثاني شيء هي أحيانا طريقة طرائق العمل مهمة جدا، بناحية إنه هل هي متوافقة مع النتيجة التي نريدها. يعني مثل ما حكينا قبل شوية إنه استعملنا الECP-MS أم استعملنا واحدة أخرى، مهم جدا إنها تذكر، حتى لأنه الدقة وكمية يعني لو ليفل للتحري. يعني شيء ثالث وأخيرا هو كواليتي كنترول. مهم جدا انه يكون الطريقه المتبعه في التحاليل لازم يكون هناك كواليتي كنترول وفيريفيكيشن ميثود. يعني احيانا تشوف يعني بيبر يعني تسلطن عليه، واحيانا تشوف بيبر انه مجرد لازم ينشر يعني يمكن لاغراض اخرى، بس في احيان في بيبرات هو حتى الفيريفيكيشن ميثود موجوده. شكرا.
أنا إذا بتعمل معروف بس بدي ضوي على شغلة، إنه وقت اللي أنا عم دخل داتا لدولة معينة، نحن انتبهنا بالارتيكل اللي كنا عم نشتغل عليه إنه في عنا local produced product honey، كنا عم نشتغل على العسل، وفي الامبورتد برودكت. سو أنا كمان وقت اللي بدي نقي لأعمل سبميت لداتا، بيهمني كمان أعرف الإنتاج المحلي، يعني اللي عم بيصنع محليا، مش بس الامبورتد. بيهمني الداتا، لأنه على أساسها أنا بدي أطبق الفود سيفتي سيستمز والكود أوف براكتسز، لأنه مثل ما بنعرف إنه اللي بيجي من الخارج بنستورده هو بيبقى معمل له كواليتي كنترول وبنرجع، بس اللي عم يكون محليا هون بحاجة لها الدول والكودكس لنعرف الليفل اوف كونتامينيشن للإنتاج المحلي. وشكرا للجميع.
ربما ملاحظة إضافية بهذا الشأن، هو طبعا إحنا لما نستخرج الداتا ونضعها هي لغرض استعمال في تقييم التعرض، right؟ إذا كان ذلك في غرض تقييم التعرض، المهم هو أن هذه المادة موضوعة للبيع أي للاستهلاك في تلك البلد، بغض النظر عما إذا كانت مستوردة أو مصنوعة محليا. لكن معرفة أصل المنتج ممكن أن يساعد بعد ذلك في تحليلات أخرى، يعني تحليلات statistical analysis أخرى. لكن فيما يخص التعرض نفسه، بالنسبة لما تطلب بيانات من الدستور الغذائي، ليس من الضروري أن تكون بيانات يعني هي بيانات وطنية حول ما يعرض للبيع في تلك السوق، أي ما يعرض له المستهلك في تلك السوق، ما يتعرض له المستهلك في تلك السوق، ولكن ليس بالأساس أن يكون ذلك من خلال منتج وطني. يعني هذا، لكن طبعا من ضمن الأشياء أعتقد من ضمن العوامل التي يجب أخذها بعين الاعتبار لما نصنف يعني the sample العينة، لما نصنفها المصدر بما في ذلك يعني تاريخ الإنتاج أو تاريخ المداولة إلى غير ذلك، هي من ضمن العناصر التي يجب الإدلاء بها يعني من خلال عملية تصنيف العين أو تعريف العين. ربما نقطة أخيرة، وهنا يعني حول بعد استخراج المعلومة واستخراج البيان، حول الاستعداد لاستعمال البيانات. استعمال البيانات فيما يخص سواء كان ذلك استعمال محلي أو استعمال لغرض وضعها في بيانات عالمية مثل بيانات الجيمس فود داتابيس. فهنا هل هناك أيضا بعض التوصيات التي يمكن استخراجها من خلال عملكم، توصيات أولية خاصة في كيفية وضع المعلومة أو ترتيب المعلومة لكي تصبح صالحة للمشاركة مع الغير؟
أولاً المفروض أن يكون في عندنا نقطة واحدة لكل دولة تحدد بحيث أن هي تجمع جميع الداتا من كافة الجهات والمختبرات اللي موجودة في البلد. نركز أكثر شيء على الداتا الوطنية instead of the regional، لأن في احتمال أن لو ركزنا على الريجنال في نفس الشخص ممكن مثلا يصير duplication the same data is entered in the database. فهاي يعني أول شيء. بعد بالإضافة إلى يعني مثل ما قال الدكتور أمين، حدد لنا الإكسل شيت هذه راح تكون تسهل، لأن هي عبارة عن كأنها جزء من الجيمس داتا، لأن هي تشمل كافة البيانات اللي موجودة فيها زيادة بالإضافة إليها يعني. فاتباعنا إليها هاي راح يسهل إلينا أن احنا
إعداد تمبليت، يعني مثلا تمبليت قوالب معينة. هناك إضافة أخت نعيمة؟ لا. yes of course.
هي كتوصية يعني أنا خلال اليوم، احنا اليوم في نهاية اليوم يعني، وكانت فكرة رائعة يعني، أحييكم عليها الأمانة. كتوصية يعني أنت تلاحظ دائما طلبات تجميع بيانات اللي تصل إلى الكودكس، والعديد من الدول العربية يعني العديد منها يعني لا ترد، لا يتم الرد على هذه الطلبات، أو يتم الرد بشكل محتشم نوعا ما. فهل سؤال لك بروفيسور، أو هي كتوصية نوعا ما، هل أن تكون هناك ضمن الجهات المختصة التي تتابع الكودكس مثلا في ليبيا، من ضمن المركز الوطني للمواصفات أو ضمن الكومبتنت أثوريتي، أن يكون هناك إدارة أو قسم أو أيا كان تسميتها تكون مسؤوليتها تجميع البيانات، يعني إدارة تجميع وتحليل البيانات فيما يخص الأغذية. تجمع البيانات في نقاط التفتيش مثلا، في نقاط الرقابة على الأغذية، تجمع البيانات وتقوم بتحليلها وتقديمها، سواء الاستعمال في الريسك اناليسيس داخليا او نشرها على الجيمس فود كمثال او غيرها، او استعمالها خلال جيفكا وغيرها من اللجان، او استعمالها في دراسات محليه. فهذه الاداره كتوصيه تخرج من هذه الورشه ويتم تعميمها على الجهات، حتى يكون هناك يعني شغل عملي ملموس يتم فيه تجميع للبيانات. لأنه كمثال يعني أعكس لكم تجربة شخصية، عندما يتم الطلب، لما أطلب من الجهات يعني مثلا رقابة على الأغذية، أعطونا المعلومات لديكم فيما يخص مثلا الليد أو الأرسنك أو غيرها، لا يكون هناك تجميع علمي للبيانات. فهذه فقط توصية ورأي حضرتك فيها.
أنا أوافقكم 1000% حول التوصية هذه. يعني فقط يعني وضع ذلك أيضا في إطار نظم سلامة الغذاء والتوصيات العالمية في هذا الإطار، توصيات الدستور الغذائي في إطار يعني إعداد وتطوير وتطبيق الأنظمة المثلى لإدارة سلامة الغذاء. ويجب أن تكون هناك عدد من الوظائف، ما يسمى الوظائف الممكنة enabling functions, enabling food regulatory functions. أحد هذه الوظائف الممكنة هي طبعا وظيفة تقييم المخاطر. لا يمكن أن يكون هناك وظيفة لتقييم المخاطر بدون أن تكون هناك وظيفة ممكنة للتمكين، وهي وظيفة إدارة البيانات، إعداد وإدارة البيانات. فيجب أن يكون هناك وحدة إدارية أيا كانت بأي طريقة معينة، أين توجد، كيف أن تنظم إلى غير ذلك. ذلك يبقى من صلاحيات البلد أو من صلاحيات الجهة المختصة، ولكن يجب أن تكون وحدة مختصة بتجميع، يعني تنقية، يعني it's critical review of the data، البيانات، قصد استعمالها سواء كان ذلك محليا في عملية تقييم المخاطر أو مشاركتها عالميا في إطار أي طلب للبيانات. كما تعلمون هنا نحن نعيد، ربما I think أنا رأيت ذلك إما في البرزنتيشن بتاع الدكتور إيليا والدكتورة كريمة والدكتور أمين، I don't know، يعني it's one of the presentations of the group. 3 critical components to support this area. We need competencies, yourselves. We need data. So we need bayanat, data, and we need tools. Amongst the tools, it's the organizational structure. Amongst the tools, the databases. Amongst the tools, the templates that we have. So those are the 3 critical components. And frankly, I'm listing these 3 critical components by order of priority. Competencies, because without competencies, you cannot do anything. When you have the competencies, they create everything else. Okay? Competencies, data, and tools. Those are the 3 elements that you need to have, and these are the ingredients where we need to have investments in. ربما هنا النقطة التي أردت أيضا أن يعني نصر عليها أيضا، وهي من خلال القوالب التي ذكرتموها، يعني the templates. أصعب الأشياء التي يمكن أن نواجهها هي كيف أن نصنف العينة في إطار تعريف أو تصنيف مادة غذائية معينة. يعني خاصة يعني مثلا أخذ بصل، بصل هي من ضمن فواكه وغلال، من ضمن يعني هناك جروب وسب جروب وسب سب جروب إلى غير ذلك. فهنا يجب علينا أيضا أن نعتمد أسلوب موحد لتصنيف الأغذية، وليس فقط يعني أسلوب موحد معتمد. وما يتم يعني التوصية به يجب أن يكون هذا الأسلوب نوعا ما أو على الأكثر موائم لأسلوب عالمي. والأسلوب العالمي الذي تم عرضه يعني في بداية بعد الظهر، what is adopted in GEMS food database, the WHO food codes, the WHO food classification, أو the Codex 2 system. دول يعني يمكن اعتمادهم كجزء أولي، ثم بعد ذلك يجب تطويرهم وموائمتهم لكي يتناسبوا أيضا مع الوضع المحلي. يعني هناك ربما بعض الأغذية أو بعض الجزئيات الغذائية التي لا توجد في هذه القواعد والتي يجب إضافتها. ولكن هنا ربما توصية أخرى هو أن يتم اعتماد طريقة تصنيف للأغذية عربية موحدة ومعتمدة متوائمة مع الطرق المعتمدة عالميا. I think if we did that, we will have done a great deal of progress. أطلب منكم مرة أخرى أن تشاركوني الشكر لزميلاتنا من مملكة البحرين ومن سلطنة عمان. شكرا جزيلا أخت فاطمة وأخت نعيمة. شكرا.
بس إضافة.
Please.
يعني سبحان الله اليوم دكتور أمين اختار العسل، وإحنا بصراحة صار لنا 2 سنين عندنا مشروع نشتغل فيه مع منظمة الفاو زين لتحليل طبعا العسل العماني، واخترنا طبعا في يعني المشروع تقريبا في 2023، واخترنا عدة أصناف من العسل، لأن ما شاء الله عمان عندها عدة أصناف من العسل. عندنا ما يسمى بالسدر والسمر والغاف والبرميو وعدة أصناف واللبان. فبدينا أول في المشروع إن أخذنا، وطبعا عمان تقريبا فيها 11 محافظة زين مختلفة التضاريس، فأخذنا بعض العينات، وطبعا عندنا نحن سيزن لكل نوع من أنواع العسل. فأخذنا يعني عينات ريبريزنتيف من مختلف المحافظات من مختلف السيزن. بعدها شفنا النتائج إنها غير كافية وعدد العينات غير كافي، فقررنا إن نركز بس على نوعين من أصناع العسل اللي هي السدر والسمر. وطبعا خلصنا المشروع ولله الحمد، والحين أنا قاعد بسقط النتائج مالي على التمبلت اللي انتم.
That would be amazing. Exactly. You know what? This is a great output. Yeah, اسقاط النتائج على التمبلت بغرض مشاركتها عالميا طبعا. You know, this is this is by the way another point that we want to make. يجب علينا أن لا نخاف من مشاركة البيانات، وربما نقوم بعملية توعية داخلية حول مشاركة البيانات، لأنه مرة أخرى البيانات التي تتم مشاركتها لا تتم مشاركتها بوضع التريد مارك، يعني إنه هذا منتج آتي من I don't know يعني ضيعة كذا، منتج كذا إلى غير ذلك. نحن فقط نشارك بيانات حول عسل يمكن استهلاكه في سلطنة عمان، سواء كان ذلك منتج محلي، منتج مستورد إلى غير ذلك. فمشاركة البيانات مهمة جدا ويجب أن نوعي بذلك أيضا. وبارك الله فيكم على العمل المبارك هذا. شكرا جزيلا.
بس بنستأذن حضراتكم اللي ما وقعش توقيع الجزء الثاني من اليوم يعني يتفضل عندنا على الريجستريشن ديسك يوقع قبل ما
يعني عند الخروج تتذكرون فقط التوقيع الأخير. شكرا. So yes الآن ننتقل إلى ملخص من قبل الفريق الثاني. Sorry 10 minutes. Yes, well we'll try to do it a little bit more than that. وزميلتنا هبة من مملكة البحرين أيضا.
السلام عليكم. طبعا الورشة برعاية مملكة البحرين. اوكي الاكسرسايز اللي كان عندنا برئاسة الدكتورة كريمة كان عبارة عن ديتا من البحرين بخصوص الاناليسز حق اللد في الهيربز اند سبايسز. اوكي فكان في ديتا وتوزعنا ل6 أفرقة، وكل فريق ياخذ 4 rows وياخذ هذه الداتا ويextrapolate this data and feed it into the GEMS database. فهذه exercise عشان نتعلم شلون ندخل البيانات. ففي بعض النقاط اللي كانت يعني طرحوها الأشخاص بالنسبة ل the data that was supplied by our lab. أول شيء بعض البيانات كانت مفقودة وكانت غير دقيقة. مثلا بالنسبة للسنة الموجودة، هل هي سنة العينة ولا سنة الأناليسز ولا شنو بالضبط؟ فهذه كانوا احتاروا فيها. فبعض البيانات كانت لازم تكون أكثر دقة، خصوصا أن المزود تبع البيانات اللي هو المختبر لازم يكون على اطلاع إلى هذا النوع من التمبلتس اللي موجودة عالميا أو على مستوى العالم العربي، على أساس أنه يكون عندهم خبرة how to feed هذه الداتا في التمبلت. طبعا ما كان في أي information whether this data was publicized or not. هذه الداتا تتسوى كروتين أناليسيس مأخوذة من المختبر يعمل روتين أناليسيس ل the amount of the herbs and spices imported من البحرين و repackaged داخل البحرين. فبعضهم طبعا مكتوب إنه مثلا curry powder ولا مثلا turmeric، بس مو محطوط إنه was it ground, was it whole, was it crushed. some data were missing. Another point, LOD and LOQ were missing. Of course, the lab might have done this data, these parameters. ولا طبعا quality assurance will be deficient if the lab didn't. بس طبعا they were not present in the amount of data اللي عطيناها دكتورة كريم. نفس الشيء ما كانوا يعرفون ان بعض العينات imported or مصنعه في البحرين، بس انا اقول لكم يعني لاني بحرينيه، احنا البحرين ما تنتج اي نوع من البهارات. We repackage them, yes, but we do not produce herbs and spices. بعدين اتطرقنا للريكومنديشنز اللي بنطرحها لتحسين جودة الانبوت حق الداتا. One of the things was utilizing workshops عشان تدريب الناس اللي موجودين اللي to feed this data into the GEMS database. Number two, they proposed to change the template. One of the groups proposed to change the template to suit the needs of the people who are working with the template. Number four, the same group wanted to finalize guidelines in order to the guidelines for, yes, and another group suggested digitalization. I think most of the labs have that. We do as well, but each lab has a different software, but we can extrapolate the data and then it will be easier for us to feed into the unified system. So they proposed that to unify the template. And one of the suggestions was to allocate a person for sharing the data with the Codex and the GEMS, so that not everyone will use the GEMS database. Yani one person would be allocated to do that job. Another thing was organizing databases. We all know that we have software, but we do not have databases. Yani we have data stored in our drawers, in our softwares, but we do not use it. So if we started by organizing these databases and compiling them, so it would be easier for us later to transform them to Codex or to the GEMS database. The last thing was كان في اقتراح proposal of an activity to unify a template on how to gather and generate data. طبعا the same group or a bigger group, it was suggested by Dr. Karim. And that's
this is harmonization. We can do it within our Arab Codex initiative. We can do this work within this initiative and to work together to have this harmonization. It will facilitate this work for all the Arab countries. I want just to once again to thank, sincerely thank all the green group. They was so, they work hardly, and for all the discussions, very interesting discussion that we have during this workout. Thank you very much.
ما شاء الله عليكم جميعا. يا والفريق البرتقالي أيضا of course. يا الاثنين.
I was responsible for my group.
الاثنين طبعا الاثنين الأخضر والبرتقالي. الأخضر والبرتقالي. In fact actually شكرا جزيلا أستاذة هبة، وشكرا دكتورة كريمة ودكتور أمين، شكرا أخت فاطمة وأخت نعيمة، شكرا لكم جميعا ولكل من شارك في هذا. ربما هنا أخذ بعين الاعتبار التوصيات الأخيرة، يعني التوصية الأخيرة التي هي إنشاء قاعدة بيانات يمكن الاعتماد عليها بصفة إقليمية أو بصفة وطنية، يمكن استعمالها لوضع البيانات المتواجدة، وربما يمكن أن تكون مصدر لمشاركة البيانات عندما يكون هناك استدعاء للقيام بذلك. فهنا نحن سعداء بأن نعلمكم أن مبادرتنا بالتعاون مع منظمة الصحة العالمية تحصلنا على تمويل من قبل منظمة الصحة العالمية لإعداد قاعدة بيانات التي تتوائم مع قاعدة جيمس فود داتابيس، والتي يمكن أن نمكنكم منها بطريقة مجانية. يعني هي متاحة لكم للاستعمال، ويمكن أن تتاح لأي بلد بصفة يعني موحدة individual. وأيضا يمكن أن نستعمل قاعدة بيانات عربية نجمع فيها البيانات التي تريدون مشاركتها، يعني تجمع فيها من القاعدة الوطنية، تبعث بيانات للقاعدة الإقليمية، والتي من ثم يمكن صرفها إلى مثلا مصادر عالمية أخرى أو اعتمادها في عملية تقييم المخاطر. هذه القاعدة موجودة حاليا، يمكن حتى الدخول إليها في arabfoodsafety.org. طبعا ليس لكم إمكانية الدخول إلى ما في داخلها، لأنه يجب أن يكون هناك يوزر نيم وباسورد. تم العمل لفترة أكثر من سنة الآن لاستخراج بيانات، لأنه دائما عندما يطلب منا بيانات، يعني يطلب هل هناك بيانات في المنطقة العربية؟ الجواب هو لا، ليس لنا بيانات. لو نقوم بالعمل الذي قام به الفريق البرتقالي، يعني أخذ البيانات حول عمل يعني ورقة علمية، هناك بيانات متواجدة يمكن أن نستغل حتى هذه البيانات. فماذا قام الفريق العلمي في GeForce وفي منصة تحليل المخاطر في جامعة لافال؟ تم استخراج وأيضا بالاستعانة أعتقد من زملاء في لبنان، وأيضا من جامعة لبنانية مع أساتذة يعني ساهموا في هذا العمل. تم استخراج بيانات تم نشرها، يعني هي بيانات منشورة، لم نطلب من أي حد أي يعني authorization أو request أو أي شيء. تم استخراجها، وتم استخراجها على أساس أولا طبعا عملية ما هو مقبول مما لا يقبل من حيث المنشورات العلمية، ثم استخراج مختلف العوامل أو العناصر التي سيتم وضع العينة في قاعدة البيانات، يعني the region, the contaminant type, the contaminant كما ترون يعني الرصاص, the food group, the state of the food that was analyzed, and then you can continue. أي معلومات متعلقة بالطريقة التحليلية، سواء كان ذلك the quality assurance, LOD, LOQ, the unit, the concentration range, the average إذا كان هناك مجموعة من العينات التي تم تحليلها، the number of samples إذا كان تم وضعه، إذا كان individual sample أم لا. وبالنسبة بما أنها كلها بيانات مستخرجة من منشورات علمية، تم وضع أيضا the reference، يعني التي تم استخراج منها. ف you can click on that and you can go on that. Believe it or not، وجدنا أنه طبعا هذا مصدر يعني مهم للبيانات، وقمنا على أساسه بعملية تقييم للتعرض للرصاص في العسل المتداول في المنطقة العربية. طبعا وجدنا بعض يعني النتائج حول التعرض للرصاص من خلال مادة غذائية مثل العسل، ووجدنا أيضا ربما اختلافات من في مختلف الدول العربية ما بين الدول، يعني each country has a different pattern. لكن طبعا ولو أننا يعني اعتمدنا ذلك كنقطة انطلاق لتوصيف مدى التعرض للرصاص من خلال العسل، ولكن في نفس الوقت تم الاعتراف أن هذه البيانات تعتبر بيانات يعني skewed. I don't know how to say skewed yeah, this is by the way the publication هذا المنشور العلمي الذي تم إنتاجه اعتمادا على استخراج هذه البيانات وتحليلها، وتم القيام meta analysis and risk assessment for lead exposure from honey just on the basis of data that was published. Imagine what you can do with the data that you have and that is probably sitting on your LIMS systems and on your own drawers. So my call or our call to you right now is to please get this data out, to review it, to prepare it in whichever type, in an Excel sheet that presents the information in a way that makes the data usable, or in a manner where you can put it in a database like this. If you need the database, please contact us. We will make this database available to you. And again, this was developed with the support of the World Health Organization Food Program. Once again, thank you so much for your contribution to this session. I hope that you found this session useful. I think we're meeting again tomorrow at 9 a.m., right? No, 8:30? 8. Oh my God. 8 a.m., guys, 8 a.m. I think actually, you know what? In Oman, it's better to be early, right? So at 8 a.m., so that we can finish a little bit early as well. So at 8 a.m. to restart the session. Thank you very much. Thanks to all. All the best.